Hey there, welcome back. It's Louisa Tannemunson from Feel Good Astrology. How are you doing? How are you doing in these kind of weird times right now? So this is another video about the date, the 28th of February. Now, you might have noticed that I recorded a Mercury Cazimi one that I released earlier this week that has got a forecast for every sign of the zodiac for all 6 Cazimis of this year, the Mercury ones, to sort of give a breakdown on how you might break through with information and, I don't know, uplift your awareness, feel lighter, etc., etc. But I didn't go too much into the actual date of the 28th of March, which is when we've got our 28th of February, when we've got our first Mercury Cazimi. And the reason is it's such a big day. It's got such a lot going on that I wanted to do a separate video just about this particular date. Now, although I see this as a kind of starting date, you know, it's a very intense date. It's got Mercury and the Sun and Saturn all in a conjunction. So it's pretty rare. I mean, these conjunctions do happen each year. You know, the Sun makes a conjunction with Saturn each year, makes several conjunctions with Mercury, and Mercury and Saturn make a conjunction at least once a year. So it's not rare, but all 3 of them coming together at the same time, I think is very sort of purposeful. You know, every time the Sun comes around every time a planet and another planet come together, you've got almost like a seed point. You know, that's how I see it. You know, so on the 28th of February, we have got a seed point of the energy of the Sun and Saturn. I wonder what seed that is going to grow. A bit like, you know, you have a male and a female. Oh, crikey, I could cause all sorts of difficulties there. But, you know, when I was learning biology, you know, we had, an egg and a sperm that come together to create a child. And it's a bit like, you know, you've got the 2 planets, they come together and you get this energy that's going to grow and it's going to cycle. Everything has a life cycle. It has a birth. You know, we have the challenges. I've explained this in a couple of videos, you know, about the hero's journey that we have on these planetary pairings, that they start off together, they grow into a square, they grow really far apart into an opposition, then they come back round. It's like an ever repeating loop. So we've got a Sun-Saturn loop, or a seed point, starting on the 28th. We've got a Mercury-Saturn seed point starting on the 28th. And we've also got one of these fast-growing seeds, a bit like these little seeds you might put in a sprouter, which is the Sun and Mercury seed point that comes around quite a few times a year. So it's an intense day. It is setting off in motion lots of energy. So that's why I wanted to pay a little bit of attention. And I'm going to deep dive a little bit. I'm not going to talk too much about Mercury because, you know, I've covered Mercury in my previous video. So I will focus more on the Saturn journey with both the Sun and Mercury, and how that might affect you, how you might choose to use those energies in this next cycle. So bear with me as we sort of deep dive into this. So most of the information is going to come out in part 1, and then part 2 is very much about the individual forecasts, which I'll do ascendant by ascendant, so that you get a real good feel for how it's going to work for you. So the first thing that I really wanted to just show you was a quick peek at the chart. Now, obviously, there's 3 different conjunctions happening on the same day. Now, you can see Mercury here. It's at 9:45. Saturn's at 9:45. The Sun's at 9:31. I picked the midpoint, you know, so like the first conjunction of that particular day is the Sun and Mercury. The midpoint one, the next one along, is the Mercury-Saturn one, and the last one of the day is the Sun-Saturn one. So this is the midpoint. But as you can see, it's in the 9th degree of Pisces. So there's a hell of a lot of energy there. And it's really, really intensely focused. Now, anyone that's got anything at 9 degrees Pisces is going to feel it. In fact, anyone that's got something from, say, you know, 4 or 5 degrees Pisces right the way up to about 15, 16 degrees Pisces is going to be feeling this event kick off in their chart. For instance, in my own chart, my own moon is at 9 degrees. My Jupiter is at 11 degrees. And I've got Ceres, dwarf planet Ceres, at 10 degrees in my birth chart. So this is really activating all three of those. And so, you know, all you need to do is understand the energies of the planets in your charts that are being activated by this energy, and you'll get a feel for it. If you've got an angle around this area, like for instance, if you're ascendant, descendant, your IC or nadir, or your MC, or midheaven at the top of your chart, if any of these are between 5 and 15 degrees in the sign of Pisces, then again, this conjunction here, this power conjunction, is going to be really powerful and set off some very intense learning opportunities. So before we go further, let's just have a quick think about the planets, the planetary energy. So, you know, the sun is really here to represent our vitality. If you think of the sun, it's allegedly, I've not seen it. I can see it in the sky, but I've never actually touched it. But the sun, you know, appears to be emitting light and emitting heat. So it's very much about our warmth, our vitality. I see it as our strength. If you think about the sun, being the center of our solar system, you know, that everything else is revolving around it. You know, it's very much about our ego, the development of our ego, our confidence, you know, feeling important, feeling integral. And it's about us shining our light. It's about us absolutely using our creativity and shining with it. I mean, if you think of the tarot card, the sun, it's very much about your creativity and what you're doing with it. So it also speaks of our self-esteem. You know, have we got the confidence? Have we got the vitality in ourselves that we really respect ourselves and feel buoyant? Do we feel light? Mercury, very much about thought, communication, travel, movement, delivery. It's the fastest moving planet, so it's taking information or context from A to B. And it's social, you know, it connects with all the planets quite quickly. It's fast, and it's delivering some kind of value. I mentioned in my Mercury Cazimi video that, you know, one of the functions of Mercury as the god, or Hermes even, according to whether you're Roman or Greek, is that he would be the messenger between the gods and the humans. So he would bring higher consciousness to our conscious realm. So, you know, Mercury is, yes, this is very much about the dualistic paradigm that we're in right now. Like, this is like 3D Mercury. But, you know, if we were to think of Mercury in a higher sense of the word, it's very much about delivering consciousness and being open to receiving all of those little signals. And think of those synapses in your head, the neurological pathways. They're all there. So Mercury's really absolutely involved in our nervous system too. And we got Saturn. Now, Saturn's a slow moving planet. And if you think of the rings, I think it can show where we get calcified in our bodies. If you think of an old person versus a young person, if you think of Mercury does represent youths as well, you know, because he's sprightly and he can jump from continent to continent, whereas Saturn might be with a walking stick a little bit, you know, grouchy, a little bit taciturn, a little bit serious. So we're talking about slow, calm, possibly a bit cold or cool, organized, you know, and that's one of the things that age gives you, actually. It does give you an ability to see a lot more of a picture, because you're not just seeing it from a youthful perspective. Now you can see things from a youthful perspective and an older perspective. It's also about form. If you think of the you know, the rings that we see or have, you know, we've been told, and you know, that's our reality for Saturn, or Kronos. It's the idea of the rings around Saturn which hold the form together. It's about structure, and it's quite practical and can be a bit critical and a bit judgmental. It can be associated with depression, because obviously if you're thinking in a serious and stern way, and possibly, you know, it's known for a little bit of pessimism. But on its real positive streak, it's teaching us, it's giving us what we need to grow. You know, it's showing us maybe where we've had faulty thinking, and it's allowing us to grow through it. And, you know, and sometimes we do need somebody to come in and say, that's not how you do it, or were they the results you're expecting? Now, a good Saturnian character in your life would be like a mentor who will ask you the questions for you to find out the answers. But often our Saturn stereotypes that we have in our families or in our lives or with bosses and stuff, they often just tell us where we've gone wrong. So Saturn is not necessarily an easy planet to work with, the energy. However, it does help us to grow and grow stronger and grow a much better form. So, so they're the stars of the show. Now, these are the three conjunctions we're looking at. As I said, the Sun conjunct Mercury one happens first. These are all in the time zone of the UK. So London, Lisbon in Portugal, which is pretty much where I am. And I think South Africa also have the same time zone as us, I think. More or less. But it happens at 9 degrees 14 in the sign of Pisces at 8:43. Now, if you want to translate these times into your own time zone, go to timeanddate.com and you can put in, go to their meeting planner and put in your time zone and then type in London, UK, 8:43, and then you'll see what time it is in your area. You might not need to know that. All you really need to know, actually, is that it's a very big day on the 28th of February. So the middle one is at 15:08, so like 8 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. It's at 9 degrees 44 in Pisces. And then the last one, the Sun conjunct Saturn, which is a Cazimi, it's at 21:26 in the evening, so 9:30 pretty much in the evening. Now, like I said, there are many per year of the Sun conjunct Mercury. And with this, you might get a flash of insight, genius, and it's about rising your awareness. It's an opportunity. It's a supersede moment where you can really create some change for yourself. Now, Mercury in a conjunction with Saturn, which happens once a year, if you think about the combining focus of the youthful energy, the youthful curiousness of Mercury and how he moves around very, very quickly, and then the Saturnian energy, which is old and calm and thoughtful, methodical, practical, disciplined. You know, when you put those together, you really get an intense focus where you have to face your ideas. You can't quite run away from them, have them, and then like walk off. You have to face your ideas. It's very much about intellectual seriousness. It's very detail oriented. It's quite humorous. If you like a dry humor, sarcasm definitely is born out of this energy. And it allows you to unpack complexity, you know, because you've got the discipline and the patience. Patience is a really good word for this. It's like the mental patience to understand something in its absolute little components so you can put them back together again. If you think of Saturn, it is about building those blocks. So, you know, that's quite a useful energy, you know, for people who are very creative, you know, for people like architects, it's really intense energy for them. Anyone that's designing some kind of platform or, you know, a house, you know, any kind of like designers really benefit from this energy. It's really, really useful. But anyone that's using some kind of manual dexterity, like, you know, Mercury, delivering things and moving things around, you know, if you're like surgeons, you would expect them to have a very good Mercury Saturn kind of connection, because they can think about things lightning fast, but have the patience and the diligence and the determination to practice. And then the last conjunction of that day is the Sun conjunct Saturn, which happens once a year or around that. Now, it is a Cazimi, so as such, it's a really strong seed point. And when I'm talking about it in terms of each of the forecasts for all 12 signs, I'm paying more attention to the two Saturn cycles, you know, so what Mercury and the Sun are doing with Saturn in this year ahead. So you can find out how you can use this energy to the absolute best of your ability. Now, the actual Cazimi itself is exact at 21:26, so 26 minutes past 9 in the evening UK time. But it actually starts at 13:43 so 1:43 p.m. And and it goes all the way through to 8 minutes past 5 a.m. the next day on the 29th. So it's quite a big window of opportunity. So for instance, like if you're somebody who's very studious and you're pulling something together, or if you're finishing off your website, or if you're writing a thesis or something like that, this is a real time of concentrated energy that is much you will be able to achieve so much more in that window of opportunity than you might in a few weeks, say. The insights and the learning, and it's just a really good time. So like I said, it's studious, it's a time of concentrated effort. It is about maturity of thinking. Now, it can be a bit isolated when you think about it. Mercury's quite a social planet. So you might find Mercury's less moving around and is a little bit in a isolated state, but it's, an intense focus. It's very difficult to be intensely focused when there's a lot of distractions. So there's a clear sort of energy pattern there. Before I go any further, I just want to say thank you to my sponsors. It's really interesting having them. I've got T-Duck, who's being added to the list now as well. But anyway, thank you so much. Couldn't do this without you. So anyway, on with the show. Now, like I said, this doesn't happen all the time. Every year, each of these will all meet up, but they don't often come around at exactly the same time. And the last time they came together, this is kind of interesting actually, because a couple of videos ago, the last time something had happened was in 2020, around March 2020, at the time of, the start of the pandemic narrative. Well, this is interesting because the last time these three came together was that very intense January month, which loads of astrologers were really, really aware of way in advance, in the time when Pluto, and you can see it here. It looks so busy here, but essentially you've got the South Node, Jupiter, the Sun. Okay, I'll put Ceres in there as well. Mercury, Saturn, and Pluto, all in a very, very tight conjunction. It's a very tight bit of energy there. And this is the chart for I think I did the 12th of January, the midpoint, because the last time they're all in a conjunction, they weren't as exact as they are right now. All of these in this year are exact on the same day, on the 28th of February. Here, the last time they got close to that was in 2020. So on the 10th, Sun and Mercury came together. Then Mercury was in a conjunction with Saturn on the 12th. And then on the 13th, the Sun conjunct Saturn. Funnily enough, in the same order as they're happening this time round. And they all happened in these degrees of Capricorn. So from the starting energy to the ending energy, we've got 3 degrees, essentially, whereas here it's all tight in the 9-degree Pisces area. So, yeah, I wonder if there is a feeling, like if you think back to January 2020, there was already some news about things changing in the world. It was already happening. I haven't really shared this before, I don't think, but my husband and I, we went into an early lockdown. We locked ourselves down a little, quite ahead of time, because we had friends living in China, or in Hong Kong to be precise, and we had family living in Italy. So we heard about what was going on in these different places way ahead of time. And so there was something that just, until we got really sure, or sure as we could be about what we thought we were experiencing, we were very cautious. We had a very small child at that point as well, and 2 other small children. So we were very, very cautious, and we locked ourselves down. We kind of didn't barricade ourselves in. But it's interesting because, in the previous slide, I said, there's this feeling of isolation, this potential isolation point. So if you think about it, obviously the January to March astrology of 2020 was insanely intense. It also had a Chiron North Node square. Right now, we've got a Chiron North Node conjunction. So it's interesting that in the very same year that we had a very strong Pluto, like then we had Pluto in a conjunction with Saturn and Jupiter, but Pluto was accented. We had Chiron and North Node in a square, and we had this Sun, Mercury, Saturn conjunction. Right now, 4 years later, we've got a Sun, Mercury, Saturn conjunction. We've got a conjunction between the North Node and Chiron, and Pluto is also just changing signs. So we've got some of the same or similar conditions going on. So I wonder if there is a sense of isolation coming up again, or intense focus. So, like last time it happened was in Capricorn, and Capricorn's very practical, it's very authoritarian, it's very rules-based. It's got a very strong Saturn theme. So it's interesting, like last time, the application of this, and of course, Pluto, Saturn, and Jupiter were also in Capricorn. The application of that astrological energy was really rolled out from the top to the bottom, with directives coming from authority, etc., etc. Now, when this conjunction happens, so Pluto's in Aquarius now, so the authority style is different. It's not, so this is the way from a sense of corporation. Now we've got it from a sense of kind of social narratives, and you're either with us or you're against us narratives, which is, Aquarius is very much about a global vision. So we've got pressure coming at us from the idea of a global vision for us all to awaken, which may or may not, I've never noticed that pressures help me to awaken, by the way. But I always think it's better if it's elicited, but we are living in these different times. So we've got like this Pluto energy of join this big social vision. We've also got Chiron in the North Node in a conjunction. Like I say, I've done videos on that, which brings up past hurts and is encouraging us to master the hurts, like the lesson of what we've hurt ourselves with. And then we've also got this intense energy, but it's in the sign of Pisces. Now, the sign of Pisces is not so directive. So yes, we may well feel isolated and intense in our focus, but it's going to be very, very different from how that sense of practical isolation came about before. So we might find that people start isolating themselves from social media, which I think is a real Piscean thing, with Neptune in Pisces. We've got this kind of glamorous celebrity world that everyone's connected into. Are we going to disconnect? That's my big question. Are we going to disconnect and have an internal focus? Pisces is also very much about a spiritual reality. Yeah, I've put here, it's about imagination, spirituality, compassion, empathy, intuition. It's also very adaptable and easy, gentle, and free. So I think, these energies could bring us through to a deeper spiritual expression. Possibly we get to break through in our learning about what's going on in our world from our sense of inner knowing. I think it's likely to bring up a lot more thoughtfulness, where people are really feeling into their beliefs rather than imposing them on people. They won't want to receive directives telling them how they're meant to feel. They'll want to feel what is coming up inside them. I see it as being a very grounding intuition. So I think it's quite positive. I'm quite excited to see how this energy grows and develops. So it's clear something big is going on. So on the 28th, obviously, you might have already seen the Mercury Cazimi video. We've got this, the Sun and Mercury coming together, giving us this flash of insight, this opportunity to almost like we're getting a message from the gods straight into our consciousness. Not bad, right? And on the same day, just to break this down even further, we've got the opportunity, or we're going into a cycle of personal development that will give us greater persistence, the opportunity to develop a really strong, grounded self-esteem and self-worth. It's giving us masses of seriousness and this absolute beautiful, meticulous approach. And yes, it could be a bit hard work, but it's also very much developing something that is adapting to your growing ease, your growing sense of spirituality. So yes, I've said it's a deeper spiritual expression and a breakthrough in learning. But if we think about it in the terms of the Mercury Cazimi, the Sun Saturn Cazimi, also, adding into this, this is a deeply powerful day, followed by a very focused and quite possibly brilliant cycle ahead. Now, in a moment, we're going to have a look at a specific forecast for you in terms of looking at the date, the 28th. In fact, I'll show you a slide of what we're going to be looking at. So, we've got this date that is setting us off, with the conjunction on the 28th. And then I'll be bringing in the sort of life cycle, the hero's journey of the Sun and Mercury cycles with Saturn. Now, obviously, the Sun and Mercury do work at different speeds. They're not always in the same place at the same time. But I've been tracking ahead their cycles with Saturn over this next year. And there are some similarities. And here's the other thing that's kind of interesting. Some of these big moments in time also correspond with other Mercury Cazimis. So isn't it kind of cool that I already looked at all 6 Mercury Cazimis for this year ahead? So, this is really a guide to let you know what you might choose to be doing if you are taking yourself on this journey of really focused seriousness and this journey of intellectual brilliance. I mean, that's how I see it. I'm trying to think of other words to describe it. So, this is very, very helpful for the seeker. Like I said, it's in the sign of Pisces, which is absolutely otherworldly, isn't it? And deeply spiritual, really wanting to find greater ease, and also maybe get the overall meaning of life, that kind of thing. What is the meaning of life? Is there a sum? Is there an equation? Is there a deeper truth that we're missing? This could all actually emerge within this Sun, Mercury, Saturn cycle. So yes, we'll be looking at the conjunction, the squares, which between the Sun and Mercury and Saturn are happening between the 9th and 12th of June. Looking at the oppositions between the Sun and Mercury to Saturn, which are between the 8th and 18th of September. The other squares, as they're coming back round on the hero's journey from the 4th to 7th of December. And then the time of the next Saturn cycles with both Mercury first on the 25th of February, and then finally the conjunction between Sun and Saturn on the 12th of March. So these are all dates to be aware of. In fact, it's really worth putting them in your diary because, the Saturn cycles tend to be times when we feel really quite stuck. They are times when we might realize that things aren't quite going in accordance to what we're expecting. We might find a stickiness. We might find that, life is giving us some stuckness. How, sometimes you just get yourself into a financial position where you feel really great. And then just as you've got a bit of savings, the washing machine breaks down and you need to have it fixed. So, these are the kinds of things that happen around these squares and oppositions. It's just as you think you've got this and you're managing your life and you've got this handle on things, obviously when you're handling things and you're mature in your life, you do, it is a Saturn event. Maturing is all very much a Saturn thing because it's based on learning lessons and moving on to the next lesson. So there is this very sort of deep or deeper prompt with Saturn to go further. You haven't quite learnt enough. Let's just go a little bit further. How can you absolutely make your life watertight so that it doesn't matter what happens? You've got a really solid grounding and nothing can really rock you. So, the potential here is massive. Now, just to remind you again, check out where 9 degrees Pisces exists within your birth chart. Now, if you haven't already looked at your birth chart, which I'm pretty sure everyone that's listening has, if you haven't, then why not go to www.astro.com. Seriously, this is I do recommend Astro-Seek for, a lot of astrological research, but I really, really do love Astro.com. The image here is taken directly from Astro.com. So, you can put in the coordinates of, I say coordinates, like your time, place, and date of birth, and then sort of hit a button, use all the standard settings, and it will actually bring up your birth chart for you. So all you need to do is scan around and look for the sign of Pisces, which looks like this. It's a blue sign with two C's kind of back to back with a line through it, really representing two fish swimming off in different directions. And then you want to be looking, it's 30 degrees in each sign of the zodiac. And you want to be looking around this area here in the first third is where this conjunction is taking place. It's all around 9 degrees. So if you've got one of these thick lines in the sign of Pisces, or if you've got your own sun, for instance, if it's your birthday in this next week, then, you know, this conjunction is going to be all over you. But you want to check, see what, you know, if any of your planets are showing up in this area, because if they are, then this whole cycle is very relevant. Now, you know, it's also relevant if you have a square or an opposition to this point. So people with something in the first third of Gemini around 9 degrees, but you could say from 5 maybe to 12 degrees of Gemini, or the same with not Virgo actually, the same with Sagittarius, 5 to 12 degrees in Sagittarius, and they will bring up the squares to this energy. And if you've got something there, then this energy is going to create a square to your birth planets. If you've got something between 5 and let's say 12 to 15 degrees in the sign of Virgo, then it's creating an opposition. So, you know, this aspect that's happening on the 28th will be creating an opposition to your birth planets. So I would say if you have a lot of mutable signs, now these are the signs, so we've got all of the mutable signs. We've got Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces. These are all the ones that are really, really affected by this conjunction and the subsequent cycles. Because you'll see that the first square and the last square, they've got Gemini, Pisces, Sagittarius, Pisces. The opposition is Virgo, Pisces. So these are all the signs that are mostly affected. So it's really, really worth checking out where this kind of mutable cross is going on within your chart. And if you can crack that, that's great. Now, obviously, with astrology, they also create other things. So if you've got anything at 9 to 10 degrees of Cancer or Scorpio too, then you'll be forming trines to this. And so this energy it won't be quite as potent, but it's almost like there's a nice new flow attached to it. So that's quite useful. So that's how I'm going to be flowing through on these forecasts to really give you some of these key dates. I do, however, want to share a list of really strong Saturn dates with you just before I get going, because these are dates when Saturn is really exerting himself. And I've put in the degrees and the signs. Now, obviously, Saturn is a slow-moving planet, so he's going to be in the sign of Pisces for a really, really long time. He's not really going anywhere. And This is one of the strongest Saturn days, I think. This is the one where Saturn is square Jupiter, opposite Venus. He's also in a square to Mars. So on this day, the 19th of August, and if you check in the Mercury Cazimi video that I also posted this week, you'll see that there is a Mercury Cazimi on the day of the 19th of August. And if you look down here, you'll see it. In fact, look, there's the sun and there's Mercury at 26 degrees in the sign of Leo. So, the 19th of August is definitely worth putting in your diary. But, other dates, in March and early April, we've got Saturn making a conjunction to Venus and then to a conjunction to Mars. So the natural energies, if you think that from the 28th, we're into this very focused energy to help us really intensely study, intensely learn, we're kind of taciturn. We're not like, woohoo, all day long. We're actually really processing some deep stuff. But by the time we get to the 21st of March, which just so happens to coincide with the the equinox, the spring equinox, there's this very strong Saturn and Venus energy, which is, I think, really learning about grounded compassion. So we've got this sense of strong responsibility, loving responsibility to ourselves and to others. We're really going to pay attention to the quality of our love and the quality of flow and kindness that we've got. So that's a strong day. And of course, it's around the time of the spring equinox. So that's one to put in your diary. And then the 10th of April, Saturn's in a conjunction with Mars. Now, this is a very turbocharged time. On the 8th of April, we've got the total solar eclipse. And that total solar eclipse, we'll have the sun, we'll have the moon, and we'll have Chiron all together in the sign of Aries. And as that's happening, we'll also have Mars and Saturn together. So, and on the 8th, we've got the total solar eclipse. On the 12th of April, we've actually got the Sun and Mercury together, forming a Mercury Cazimi in the sign of Aries. So, we've got this very, very strong time ahead of us. Is it Aries or is it in Taurus at that time? I can't remember now. So, we've also got the trines coming in. Now, these are useful days where there's a lot of flow. The 26th of June, the 3rd of July, and then the 11th of July. So if you think from the 26th of June to the 11th of July as a time of flow and ease, that would be really helpful. And during this time, we've also, by this time, Jupiter is into the sign of Gemini, and is moving things along really, really nicely. Then, like I said, we've got the Mercury Cazimi and the oppositions that Saturn is having to Venus and the square to Jupiter and to Mars. Very, very difficult day, but also a day to open us up into greater insight, and so on and so forth. So another couple of trines to pay attention to, and also a Saturn square Jupiter. So, the Saturn is making some very, very powerful days. Now, obviously, this is a very powerful year. And, Saturn does make these trines and oppositions and squares every single year. Not because he's moving necessarily, but because all the other planets are moving. He's moving very slowly. But the position of the personal planets, the Sun, Mercury, Mars, and where's Venus? There she is. And the moon, they're always flowing, they're always moving. So, there are always these new pictures emerging. And of course, because of the super conjunctions that we've got this year, i.e. the one that's going on right now with the North Node and Chiron, the Jupiter and Uranus one in April is very, very strong, with Pluto finally, getting his act into Aquarius. These are absolutely times of change. These are times of us taking the next step. So, I really do emphasize that this is a strong time in our lives. So, yeah, really, really big and useful information. Now, when I do the forecasts, I'm basing them on your ascendant. And so if you don't already know what your ascendant is, you can go to astro-seek.com. Put in your time, your place, and your date of birth, press enter, and it will tell you what your ascendant is. I do want to just put in a caveat. Now, those of you who watch these forecasts quite frequently, you'll already know that that when I do these forecasts, I base them on your ascendant, but I also base them on a whole sign layout. I do the chart in a whole sign way. Now, when you're looking at a whole sign, what you've got is you've got one sign per house. So the birth chart, in fact, I'll give you an example. Hang on, let me just. So what I mean by that is you have one sign per house. So if you see this, like this is your first house and it encompasses the whole of Aries. The second house encompasses the whole of Taurus, etc., all the way round. But that's not how I practice astrology. That's just how I illustrate astrology for your forecast for the month ahead, because it's largely true However, if your ascendant is midway through the sign of Aries, let's say, or midway through the sign of Cancer, you might find that, you will find that your houses aren't, like the second house isn't all Taurus. Your second house might have most of Taurus in and a tiny bit of Aries. Or, your sixth house might have loads of Virgo, but a little bit of Leo. So, the actual, with these forecasts, these are as broad as I can make them to be able to easily explain how things might be applying in your chart. But if you do want a personal chart whereby, like you'll see the difference here. So like the first house is going from Cancer to Leo. And, this house, the fifth house, is going from Scorpio right the way through to Capricorn. So like Sagittarius is actually floating in the middle. So, if you choose to work with me, I will create your chart to a much deeper significance, whereby you'll see these actual boundaries. But for these forecasts, I'm using a whole sign charting method just because it reaches the most amount of people. So there you go. I hope that's explained it a little bit more easily. So in a moment, I'm going to bring up the next forecasts or the next series of forecasts. Like I said, they actually do really relate to the Mercury Cazimi video that I released earlier this week. So the Mercury Cazimi and this Saturn one are really going hand in hand. They're really giving you this idea of focused, detailed brilliance that is arising and emerging, and it's energy that you can use in your own life. So yeah, please do join me for that. Let's start the first forecast now, shall we? So starting with Aries Ascendant. If you've got Aries Ascendant, we are looking at the Sun-Saturn cycle, which you'll see in pink, and also the Mercury-Saturn cycle that you'll see in blue. These circled moments in time represent when both the Sun and Saturn came together in the Cazimi, and the Mercury Saturn conjunction happened. So this is absolutely showing the starts of the new cycles, which both take place on the 8th of February, the 28th of February, and the Sun one goes all the way around, comes to the ending point here on the 12th of March, and Mercury and Saturn end their little time together and start a new cycle on the 25th of February. Now, with all cycles, the planets are separating because they're working at separate speeds. So, Saturn is staying in the sign of Pisces. The Sun is on his journey. Mercury's on his journey. And here is the first challenge. This is where we have our first set of squares to Saturn. And this is really creating an energy of intense focus, but also frustration. So it almost feels like what we already, how we are grounded in life and what we're really working on, what our core lessons are right now in terms of spirituality. I mean, all of this stuff is happening to you, Aries, through the medium of the 12th house. Saturn is in the sign of Pisces. These cycles are starting from the sign of Pisces in the 12th house, which is very much about your private business, nobody else's. It's very much about your deep intuition, but it's also very much about the insecurities and fears and the things going on inside your head that haven't quite been worked into place. The 12th house is a place of vulnerability for a lot of us. So, on this journey, you've got intense thought and intense creativity to really overhaul how you are seeing life. You've got this intense opportunity to really master your spiritual development and to grow in the levels of intuition in your life and to grow your psychic awareness, and also to grow a greater capacity to work with your fears, your inner demons, and to really make things work for you. So, I mean, this is a very huge opportunity to really get your inner programming spot on. And to be fair, you've had a lot of promptings because you've had Chiron going through this part of your chart, which is about your personal identity. But anyway, in terms of getting really clear and straight with your inner programming, getting it a lot more functional, really helping your mental health overall, it's almost like a gift for the rest of your life. You may well find that this moment in time, like this next Saturn cycle ahead, you might actually find that it's quite useful to engage with a coach, engage with somebody that can really probe into this very sort of blind spot for you. You know, we all have our blind spots, but right now you've got Saturn over the next year and a half now. He's already been there for a year, but Saturn is really doing his thing in your blind spot. Now, between the 9th and 12th of June, you've got your first square. So the chances are life is taking you off in a new direction, and it's taking you into quite a social place. And with that happening, it's actually creating some of these fears, some of these insecurities are kicking off. It feels like, yes, you've been growing. Oops, I've grown a bit too much. I'm a little bit uncomfortable now. But, there's a side of you, because obviously with your Aries ascendant, you're very happy to run through life and to be really independent and to use all of life's opportunities. But at this point around, mid-June, it's feeling uncomfortable. And so you might want to examine why it's feeling uncomfortable. And this would be a really good time to consult with a coach, or, to go to your go-to person. It might be an elder that it might, this is a time of feeling quite stressed, feeling like things are moving a bit too fast. Now, you will resolve this, and then there's another kind of difficult spot. Now, this is a little bit harder because this is playing out between your mental health and your physical health and your physical capability right now. When you go into this time of the opposition, the Sun and Mercury are really highlighting how you are doing your life. How organized are you? Is your life working beautifully? Is your diet working beautifully? Is your way of life supporting your physical and mental health? And so leading up to this time, maybe, this is taking place between the 8th and 18th of September. So, I would actually say it's worth working on this all year round anyway. But in particular, around July, August time, I would say it's a good time to start clearing out. So during this opposition time in September, you feel really clear, and the Sun and Mercury in opposition to Saturn playing out in this very key and critical part of your life isn't too distracting. Now, as the year continues, this point in time gets really, really interesting. So the second series of squares, which takes place between the 4th and 7th of December, I should say, actually, there are two other Mercury squares. I don't know if I've got the dates written down. No, I don't. There are, I think there is, I think on the 24th of December, there's another square. I can't remember the first date of squares, but there are squares. I think I'm going to need to pause this. Hang on one second. Okay, I found the times of the squares. So, Mercury, whatever I said in the last minute, just kind of discount for a minute. It's not the 24th. I got that wrong in my head. So Mercury is forming three separate squares to Saturn from the 12th of November with the first one, then December the 7th, and then the last one is December the 27th. But the main time of the exaggerated square energy is between the 4th to the 7th of December, when the Sun is also making a square to Saturn. Now, the reason why that's happening is because Mercury is retrograde during this time. So it moves into the square, it backs out of the square, it moves back into the square, hence these times. But yeah, these times are another sort of challenge point. Now, whereas this challenge point was, your mental health was a little bit stressed out because it felt like you were moving too fast and being called to be too social. With this one, it's slightly different. Yes, you are wanting to be quite out there, but not quite so social. The ninth house is one of these houses of great adventure. So really at this time of year, what's likely to come up around the time of Christmas 2024 is that you're searching for yourself, represented by Saturn in Pisces in your 12th house. That search for a greater understanding of who you are is stressed out because at the same time, you're really wanting to have a sort of spiritual adventure. You're really wanting to have a greater context into life. So what you might find is during this time, your awareness, like with Mercury and the Sun, are bringing in so much more new, fresh information about spirituality, politics, what's going on in the world. It's like your mind is absolutely opened up, and then that's creating a vulnerability for you as you try to pack it all neatly back into place and work out what that means. So from this new standpoint, who am I? These really deep Pisces 12th house questions. So as these cycles come back round to the beginning and you've been on a massive journey, as this brings you into February and March of 2025, you hopefully are feeling so much stronger in who you are, so much stronger in the mysteries of who you are. You have a much greater understanding of your fears, your insecurities. Hopefully you've kind of worked on those. You've been able to release the stranglehold that some of them have. And also that you aren't quite so blind, like the 12th house, it really does show us our blind spots and what is arising for us to come into our conscious awareness. So as you come around the full 360 experience here with Sun, Mercury and Saturn, my wish for you, my desire for you is that you feel so much more together. So there you go, Aries. I hope that's helpful for you in understanding these very potent and organizing flashes of insight and brilliance for the year ahead. So much love to you and see you next time. Bye for now. Right, let's move on to Taurus. So Taurus, let me just quickly explain what this is representing. So here we've got this with these black circles. We've got the start of the Sun-Saturn cycle for the year ahead. And here with the blue one, we've got the blue Saturn cycle for the year ahead. So this is the Sun-Saturn Cazimi taking place on the 28th of February. And, during this cycle, Saturn is staying here in your 11th house in the sign of Pisces. Saturn's really slow moving. He's already been in Pisces for a year or almost a year, and he's still got another year and a half in this area of your life. And wherever Saturn is, he is trying to get you to take a much deeper, closer look and to get a lot more organized, a lot more grounded, to create a lot more form and opportunities. He's also creating a kind of seriousness in this area of your life as well. And through that seriousness, he's really helping you to mature the way you are being in this area of life. And the 11th house is very much, I think, a place of co-creation. It's where we're creating group dreams, global dreams, or where we're co-creating with life. For some people, I actually think the 11th house is the law of attraction house. So for instance, the 5th house down here is very much about what you're personally creating, and you're kind of guarding it because you don't want anyone else to put their sticky fingers into your little creation. Once other people get involved, it becomes a co-creation, so here is like what is bringing you joy. It's you creating your own joy. But the 11th house, you could see it as a place of where you are creating joy with other people. Now, that's not always that easy. The 11th house is also the 5th house of your partners. If you think like the first house is you, the 7th house is partners. The 5th house from the first house, or you go 1, 2, okay, the 4th house from your first house, like that is your place of personal joy and what you're creating. And it also includes your kids, your sensuousness, etc., etc. It's everything that you're birthing. But the 11th house is technically the birthing place of your partners, because it's what you're co-creating with them. So in that, you may well have some stepchildren if your partner, if you know your partner that you're with has other children, they definitely show up in this area. So it may well be, if you are a step parent, that the stepchildren are showing up quite a lot at the moment. Now, Saturn shows us where we are learning lessons. And so it's not necessarily easy. And the 11th house, you know, if we're going to take the idea of co-creative energy, it's very much about a global vision. There's a lot of, it has been for quite some time, this very strong sort of global idea of what the narrative of life should be. You know, you don't have to look very far to see adverts preaching to you, pop stars, musicians, actors, politicians, telling you that we need to have a global narrative. We need to have a global vision. It's kind of funny, I think, to observe how a lot of these different people are all preaching a very, very similar global vision. You could be mistaken for realizing that there's this much bigger global vision coming in. Now, why is that happening? Well, the 11th house, if you think about the zodiac, like houses and planets and star signs, they are different. They have a different energy, but they also have a resonance, you know. So the 11th sign of the zodiac is Aquarius. And right now we've had Saturn going through there over the last 3 years. It's now in the sign of Pisces here, but Pluto is going into Aquarius at the moment. And you know, I think when Pluto changes signs, life or the world starts to resonate with that new energy coming in. And so I think this is why there is a big birthing about this group consciousness, because the sign of Aquarius is really about global consciousness. You know, it's one of these places. The sign of Aquarius is very much about philosophy, not philosophy, philanthropy, equality. It's very much something that is adopted, has adopted environmentalism. You know, the sign of Aquarius is, they are the brothers and the sisters of the zodiac. You know, they are much less personalized and much more group thinking. So, you know, the 11th house, I think, has a shared resonance towards a globally created dream. So, you know, your learning here might also be, what is your place within this global dream? You know, the sign of Aquarius is ruled by Uranus and Saturn. So Saturn does have a bit of a feeling here. You know, Saturn is naturally kind of aligned to the idea of the 11th house. There is this kind of resonance, because obviously if the sign of Aquarius was about to birth a global dream, it would need a global structure to hang that dream on. And of course, Saturn loves a structure. He's like, bring it on. Let me get ready. Let's create the form. So yes, there is an element right now for you, if you've got Taurus rising and Saturn is indeed going through your 11th house. It will also be maybe helping you see how you fit into the overall picture that is created because of all of our efforts. But also, you know, what dreams are you creating with people closer to you in your life, or, you know, through work? You know, the 11th house is also known as this place of friendships and networks. And sometimes they might also be powerful connections with organizations and charities and things like that. So it's really about connection and what you're creating out of that connection. It's not always a comfortable place. And I think, you know, these so-called malefic planets, you know, Saturn is definitely not seen as a planet that is easy to work with. It really challenges our concept here. So it's quite social. So, you know, these, as we go through this cycle, from the conjunction to the squares to the opposition, these times are going to be really creating a new emphasis between what you are creating and birthing here, which is about your joy, versus the collective joy. And then, you know, the squares that are taking place between the 2nd and the 8th houses are very much about your resources and money that's coming into you because of who you are and what you're doing, versus the collective money or resources that you might be sharing, maybe not collectively, but, you know, with your partners, family wealth, and so on and so forth. So yes, and also the money that you might be required to pay to the governments, like taxes and things, and duties on this, that, and the other. But you might be holding on to, it's like that shared wealth that exists between the two, which obviously the state eventually claims. So a lot about what you're creating, and then the output of what you're creating, i.e. the money and where that goes. And it's between you and them, and it's your creation versus the global creation. So you can see there's this very strong kind of me versus them to do with your creativity and the outcomes of that. So this is quite a big learning cycle that you're on. And like I said in the earlier chapters, you know, this is about like Saturn, intense, focused seriousness, but an ability to create a new structure for yourself. And then Mercury, you know, like the Mercury Cazimi that happens on the 28th as well. You know, we've got this flash of insight. So this is really like the other side of the forecast that I did in the Mercury Cazimi video earlier this week. You know, these two forecasts really go together. So yes, where is your intense flash of inspiration? How is that manifesting form in this year ahead? So yeah, as you go through the into the first square, which is occurring between the 9th and 12th of June, it's almost like what you feel is being birthed for you, and maybe that you're part of globally or within your own community or with stepchildren, with your extended family, for instance. It feels like the first real difficulty is you might realize that you need more income, you need more resources to be able to help you in the birthing and realization of this system that you're wanting to live with and share amongst you and the people within your extended family or your world collective. It's like you need more resources. Or it could be that because you see what's going on in the collective, you think, well, I need more resources because otherwise I'm not going to get much of a choice, you know, because, you know, the 11th house really does kind of, you know, like Klaus Schwab, for instance, has been talking quite vociferously, but the real phrase that really comes to mind is you will own nothing and be happy, which, you know, at a spiritual level, like if you were to go to an ashram and really get down with your inner peace, you might realize that there's some truth there, but I don't think he's meaning it from that perspective somehow. You know, there is this idea that if we let go of selfish needs and wants, just let it go and we'll share it, we'll be in peace. And whilst I see that there is a truth to that, we're also needing to make our way in our world. And we may well want to have some things, and we may want to provide for ourselves. We might want to have a bit more than what somebody arbitrarily is saying we should and shouldn't have. So, you know, it might be that because of this arrival of new thinking and a narrative that is being peddled by so many people in the public eye, you might not feel like that's your reality. You might need more money. So around the 9th to 12th of June, it feels like I need more. How can I put my amazing brain to good use so that I can create more for myself? Now, as we go through this in the opposition time, the 8th to the 18th of September, both the Sun and Mercury are making oppositions to this point in your chart. And, you know, your need to create more might have then created a new scenario for yourself where you're thinking, okay, well, yes, I'm already earning money, and now actually I want to create more of that. And so you're going into that place of joy, which is your gift. You know, what are you gifting the world with? You are in this intense place of wanting to create something uniquely for yourself. You know, it's a new start for you. it's this brand new start. And it could be like the start of a relationship, because the 5th house, you know, it does birth relationships quite nicely. A lot of new sensuousness comes up. Okay, you know, Mercury isn't necessarily associated with, you know, sensuousness. That's more Venus and Mars. But, you know, there is this new birthing. There is this new excitement coming up. And, you know, it could very simply be that you've got a side hustle. You've got some beautiful skills in your life that you're wanting to make a bit of money from or share. You know, you might find that your challenge here in terms of earning more money, it might not be money. You might be thinking, how can I have more resources? Yeah, old Schwab there doesn't want me to own any actual physical cash. And it does look like globalists want to change physical cash to digital cash, thereby making a whole new sort of scenario for us to live in. So you might be thinking, okay, well, yeah, okay, my need for playing with resources differently is now birthing a new enterprise or a new way of existing that's bringing me joy. And here's the sort of difficulty. It's like we're told, or we might be experiencing a collective joy, and we might be involved in doing that. And at the same time, we want something for ourselves. We want something for ourselves that other people don't get to dictate to us or describe or prescribe. You know, this is the place that's about you and what is birthing in you. So, yeah, there's always tension there, you know, especially if people are saying, you're so selfish for wanting to have your own joy. How awful. What an awful situation to find yourself in. Anyway, it's all very tongue-in-cheek from me. Anyway, then we go up to the square parts where the Sun comes into a square to Saturn. This is on the 4th of December. And then Mercury makes 3 squares to Saturn. That's because Mercury is going forwards, backwards, forwards. He's going in his little retrograde dance in the sign of Sagittarius. Now, this is also a time when there's another Mercury Cazimi. So there's this is a very important time for you guys. So these actual squares with Mercury, they actually start the 12th of November, the 7th of December, and the 27th of December. So I've highlighted this time, the 4th to the 7th. You know, that's when the Sun and Mercury are deeply into their squares. This is a time when Saturn in the 11th, which is about, you know, this kind of shared vision, what you're creating with friends or family and maybe the whole world. This is where you're getting stressed out because, you know, the 8th house is about transitioning from one form of life to another. It's also working with the expectations of people in your life. You can't have expectations put on you if there aren't any other people around you. So, you know, it's the seat of judgments on others that we have. The 8th house is a place where you might feel very judged, you know, by other people's ideas on who you should be and who you might become. It's a place of shame, blame, guilt, anger, resentment. And really all of those can capture you if you allow yourself to not feel very good. I mean, I think the first square down here, the 9th and 12th of June, not only is it about your resources, but it's about you resourcing yourself and feeling stronger in yourself, you know, valuing yourself. So other people's judgments on you that may well come up around mid-December, they can only land on you if you're not feeling good enough in yourself. So if you're not feeling good enough in yourself around this Christmas time, you may well find that you're feeling very judged, you know, that people are being kind of critical about how you're managing shared resources, how you're managing to go from this part of your life to the next one. It's very much about transitions and how you're making those transitions work for you. So this could be a bit of a sticky point. But then, you know, the Sun and Mercury keep on moving and they will eventually come back round to their birthing place in the 11th house. This is their stopping point. This is where they start their next Sun cycle with Saturn or Mercury cycle with Saturn. But essentially, this is taking you on a journey of understanding values, understanding participation, and understanding your role in these shared ideas of the world. So I hope that was helpful to you, Taurus Ascendant. And sorry, it went a bit like long and rambly, and, you know, I was laughing at myself and stuff. But yeah, what a predicament we find ourselves in with this 12th, 5th, 8th and 11th house. Anyway, lots of love, and catch you another time. So I am on now to the sign of Gemini. So this is Gemini Ascendant. Now, just to explain this sort of like infographic, I guess, this like diagram of how this is working. The pink circle is the Sun-Saturn cycle. The blue circle is the Mercury-Saturn cycle, where you've got a circle that is surrounded in black. That's showing the starting point. So this is the Sun-Saturn Cazimi on the 28th of February. And this is the Mercury-Saturn conjunction happening on the 28th of February. On the same day, there would be also a Sun-Mercury Cazimi taking place as well. So you could actually put that cycle in. But you'll notice that this video also kind of corresponds with the Mercury Cazimi video that I also launched in this last week. So, you know, if you haven't watched that already, it's worth watching both together because they do fit together, you know. So the 28th of February is a really strong time. You know, there is this new Sun-Saturn cycle teaching you about persistence and dedication and how you can apply yourself. It is very much about you maturing as a person. And then the Mercury-Saturn cycle is helping you mature your thought and giving you intense focus, really intense focus. And then, you know, the Mercury Sun, like the Mercury Cazimi taking place on that day, is also giving you a flash of insight. So this day, the 28th of February, is a flashpoint to a new cycle. And for you, with your Gemini ascendant, it's birthing in the 10th house. Now, you'll also see these other parts of the chart, and these correspond to the critical points on this journey of what you're birthing right now in your 10th house, what you're wanting to experience. So, you know, the first set of squares, which is happening on the between the 9th and 12th of June, is showing your first challenge. Then we've got the oppositions taking place on the 8th to the 18th of September, showing really where this cycle has taken you into a place that is really difficult to reconcile in your life. And then this last square between the 4th and 7th of December is taking you into a final challenge before you come back round to the beginning point that actually, you know, where the next Sun-Saturn cycle is starting and the next Mercury-Saturn cycle is starting. Okay, so here's the thing. This cycle between Saturn, the Sun, and Mercury. Saturn is staying here the whole time because he's a slow-moving planet, and he's going through your 10th house, which is very much about how you stand in the world. It's very much about your career, how you get rewarded, how you receive the reward as well, and also how you you know, how you find your relationship is with authority. You know, it's very much at the top of this chart. It's also one of the parenting places, you know, so, you know, when I might look at somebody's birth chart, I often spend a bit of time examining the 4th and the 10th because there's something about the parents there. Now, some astrologers say that the 10th house really represents the father and the 4th, the mother. Other astrologers say it's the other way around. The way I see it is, your most outward facing parent is related to your 10th house. It might be your mum, it might be your dad. But I see that the parent that's most professional tends to be here, and the parent that is more home-based tends to be here. I would also look at Saturn and the Sun to represent the dad, and the Moon and maybe dwarf planet Ceres to represent the mum. Now, it's interesting, you've got right now Gemini ascendant, you've got Sun and Saturn, both, you know, could be potentially seen as the father in your birth chart in the 10th house about parents. So, you know, this next cycle could actually have something to do with your own dad, your relationship to dad type figures, or to you becoming a parent? You know, how are you starting to mirror your most dominant parent? How are you growing in stature to be more outward facing as a parent? So there's a lot of things going on. You know, at the base, I would say it's very much about your career and how you are seen in the world. You know, the fourth house here is our private house. You know, this is where we are at home, where we create a cocoon for ourselves, where we create safety. And this 10th house is where we create an outward persona for ourselves, and it's how we step outside of the fourth house of our home. So it's like home versus away. You've also got these squares occurring. So this is the June square, Sun and Mercury positions, and this is the December, the Sagittarius square positions in the 7th house. The 1st and the 7th and the 4th and the 10th houses are the 4 most important houses, I would say, in a birth chart, because they correspond with the angles, you know, the ascendant, the descendant, the IC or nadir, and then the MC at the top, the midheaven. So these are, you know, the axes of your birth chart that are turning the wheel of your life around. You know, they are absolutely they are critical to your ongoing experience. If we think about the first house, it's all about you. It's your personality, it's your identity, it's how you're seen. It's a lot about your actual body as well, because, you know, this is a birthing point. This is like the emergence of you. It's all about you. And the 7th house is all about everyone else. So everyone that is not you in your body is represented over here. More poignantly, this is about your partner, the person you spend your life with, or your absolute best friends. The people who are absolute in your life are represented by this outer expression of you. So this is the internal expression of you. This is the outer expression of you, because these are the beings that are in your life. I also think that the 7th house represents a mirror. It's our projection screen. It's like the great big cinema of us, because everything that exists here is what we know about ourselves and can hold on to about ourselves. It's our knowing about who we are and what we stand for and what we represent. And of course, anything that we don't see about ourselves or can't hold about ourselves, we push onto other people. You know, that kind of psychological question you can ask people. It's really revealing. You know, you might say, oh, what kind of people do you really hate or really don't like? Who are the worst people in your experience? And, you know, I've often said people that might be a bit possessive or a little bit too routined, and people that really want to cling to me, people that really want to be absolutely in my space all the time. That was how I'd answered it. Well, my 7th house, or my descendant, is in the sign of Taurus. And Taurus is a sign that absolutely partners up, absolutely wants to be with their best friend. You know, Taurus is absolutely loyal and faithful, and it's a really, really lovely sign. And it's my opposite sign to my ascendant. And so I've often sort of attacked those virtues that I see in the people around me. And actually, they're all in me, you know, like whatever is in the 7th house that represents everything that you're not is actually what you unconsciously also are, but you're pushing onto other people. You see it in other people, and it's what you're not prepared to see in yourself. So I always say that whatever's going on here is a reminder of what you've not yet integrated into your own persona. So watch out for that. Anyway, let's kind of explore this. So the beginning of this cycle, which happens on the 28th of February, massive, massive day, lots of potential. It is taking you on a journey to taking on more responsibility in your life, and being like the father or mother of that energy. So it might be that you're about to start a new business, or you're taking on more responsibility in terms of your career. Your reach has a greater level of power, maybe, because the 10th house is also about power and status. So it's almost like on the 28th of February, you have this extra energy to power up your life much more effectively and to have much greater reach and responsibility. And so you might consider, well, what skill sets do I need to be able to reach this? If I have this goal, this thing I want to work towards, what is standing in my way? Where is there a gap from where I am now to where I want to be at the end of this cycle? Or if you have something to step into, if you've just been given a new job and you're like, wow, okay, I've already got it, but I need to quickly catch up. I've got it. I don't know how I've got it. Whoa, what do I need to do? So yeah, there's this massive opportunity to be really focused and studious about how you backfill those skills and the experience that you might need. Now, the first real challenge I see that comes up is that the development of what you're doing, by the time you get to the 9th or 12th of June, you realize that there is a much deeper, broader idea of who you are that is birthing out of what you've already done. So, for instance, your new role, your new responsibilities, come June, you'll realize that you actually have evolved your personality in some way, that you absolutely have to change how you think about yourself to be able to reach this new height. So that's your first big challenge. Now, what is helping there, or possibly speeding up the need for this, is the fact that Jupiter is also, by this point, in your first house, making you larger than life. And so there is this very big, larger than life you coming forwards, which also might stress out the seriousness of what you're trying to create. The next key point here is the opposition down here. It's in your 4th house. So where have you grown through your career and through your big personality? Where have you outgrown your home? Where have you outgrown your family? And how can you come back into your family, and how can you come back into your home? During this time, between the 8th and the 18th of September, one of the biggest challenges to you is balancing out the desire to be at home and to integrate everything in your life back into your home much, much more than is currently there. And yet you're still being very much focused on your outer career. So it's huge. And then by the time December comes along, now I should say these actual squares from Mercury to Saturn, they start on November the 12th, then December the 7th, and December the 27th. It's because Mercury's retrograde. So Mercury zooms into the square, then he overshoots it, goes backwards into a retrograde, and then he goes forwards again back into the square. So that's why there's 3 of those. I've highlighted the time of the 4th to the 7th of December. That's when the Sun and Mercury form a square. That's the sort of fulcrum point of that time zone. But essentially, by the time you're coming around to December, everything is now taking an effect on your relationships, and your outer relationships are coming into a much bigger, they're playing a much bigger role. And so you're trying to balance the needs of your growing power and remit and sort of career focus. Your status has expanded quite a lot, and now you're trying to integrate how that really fits in with everyone in your life. So, it's an interesting life cycle here, and then it goes back to the beginning. But essentially, you're creating a much bigger power for yourself. Then you're looking at your personality and thinking, okay, I'm going to have to shift a little bit here. Then you're thinking, okay, my home is now going to shift. And then it's like, and my relationships are shifting. So you are actually going through a very deep shifting of your energies because of your growth in terms of your overall power. So I hope that's helpful for you, Gemini, in navigating this powerful energy and being able to use it in this year ahead. So let's have a look at Cancer now. So Cancer, let me just explain this. This is Cancer Ascendant. So your Ascendant is here. Cancer's in the first house on this whole sign picture. Now, this pink cycle here represents the Sun-Saturn cycle, which starts on the 28th of February, taking you through to the 12th of March 2025. You can see the starting point is it's got a black boundary on it. So this is the sun, that this black spot actually represents the Sun-Saturn Cazimi, like the Saturn Cazimi, the moment where the Sun and Saturn come together and really create this new impetus to create something, create form, and to experience life at a much deeper level. And also experience success at a deeper level. You know, Saturn is always pushing us on to the next level, and very sort of loves status. And so this whole cycle goes around and then it ends here. This is the point where the Sun and Saturn come back together on the 12th of March 2025. So it's a whole timeline that goes around the zodiac. It's a curvy line. Then there's this Mercury Saturn cycle. So this is where Mercury and Saturn come together on the 28th. They go all the way around the zodiac. I say they. Mercury is the one that's going around the zodiac, like the Sun is the one that's going around the zodiac. Saturn staying here in the sign of Pisces. But this is the journey of the relationship, I would say. This is to represent the relationship. Saturn stays here, but, you know, Mercury and Saturn are in a square here. Mercury and Saturn are in an opposition here, and Mercury and Saturn are in a final square here. Same with, you know, the Sun, square, square, and opposition. So, you know, this is a huge, huge day. Now, this day, there is a third cycle going on, and that's covered in a different video. So you might have seen that I released a video this week called Mercury Cazimi, and I look at all 6 Cazimis, you know, where Mercury is in this intense, focused, like moment of brilliance with the Sun, you know, where your thinking powers are really strong. And so I've looked at that and given a forecast for that. Just look it up for, you know, use the chapters, go to Cancer, and there it is. Really, these forecasts go together because they've got the same starting point, the 28th of February. So it's suffice to say the 28th of February is a really, really intense day. So you've got this intensity to start a new cycle of success, matched with this intensity of a flash of brilliance and insight, matched with this Mercury Saturn cycle, which is birthing a serious study, this informed, deep focus, this ability to really capture intellectualism and understand it and bring something about. You know, this is very studious. Now, all of these key dates, you know, so the conjunctions, squares, oppositions, and squares, and subsequent, you know, conjunctions, they're all happening for you across this 9th and 3rd house polarity and a 12th and 6th house polarity. So this is interesting because there are these 4 signs that are really important to you. So we've got Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces. Like I say, Saturn stays in the sign of Pisces. And you've got these 4 houses. So let's explore these houses a little bit because we need to understand them. So the 3rd and the 9th. The 3rd is traditionally a Gemini ruled house. The 3rd is about your local environment, your local community, your friends, your siblings, your peers. It's very much a place of social connection, social cohesion. And why is that so important? Well, this is where you learn the first parts of your life. You learn all the facts of your environment, the ABCs, 1, 2, 3s. It represents your early schooling. So it's a place where we learn and we socialize and we learn our place within our environment. But it's very much home. You know, this is our early beginnings, our early belongings, you know, like where do we belong and what mindset and friend set and etc. adds into that. This 9th house is the opposite of that. You know, it's still got the learning theme and it's got an environmental theme, you know, but it's not home, it's away. And so, yes, learning and teaching comes to that. So whereas this is primary school and your early schooling, the 9th house is the flip side of that. It's like your degree, your university, you know, it's your mastery of life. It's the higher context. Whereas this deals with fact, this deals with truth, very different perspective. You know, and this is about your immediate environment, like A plus like 1+1 is 2. This is the philosophical side of it. It's like, well, what does 1+1 equals 2 mean? Why do I need to know that? What's the context of that? So, the ninth house covers philosophy, law, spirituality, religion. It also encourages you to see other cultures, because this is your hometown culture. This is the culture of the world. This is the big adventure. The ninth house is the big adventure. And traditionally, the ninth sign of the zodiac is Sagittarius. So it's got quite a Sagittarian feel to it. It's got this big adventure, this need for truth, this need for context, and a deeper dive of the study is emerging. So having Saturn in this part of your chart is naturally waking your curiosity. Now, Saturn's already been here for a year, or almost a year, and he's going to be here for another 2.5 years, roughly. So, this part of your life right now is opening up, this part of your life to understand more, to explore more, to have a great adventure. It's a huge motif playing out in your life right now. So in many ways, I could see you using this fantastic energy to study more and to learn more and to apply your brilliant brain a lot more effectively. There's a much bigger need for you to know more. There's a reason why you need to know more and expand more. This is a place of expansion and awakening, So like there is an impetus for you to broaden and deepen your understanding of the world that you live in whatever way is playing out right now. So yeah, learning from home to away is a really big thing. Now, the 6th and the 12th are interesting. So the 6th house is traditionally the place where the Virgo energy really comes into play. It's not to say that Virgo and the 6th are the same, not saying that, but there are some shared experiences. Like the 6th house is about is everything fit for purpose? It's about the day-to-day running of your life, which includes your diet, your health, whether you do exercises. It's very routine. It's a place of routine where we enhance our routine and we practice our routine and we get good at our routine, because we realize that with a routine, we can actually probably achieve a bit more than we do if we're not. If we think about the houses from the perspective of, we're on a story, the story immediately before we get to the 6th house is, well, we're being creative and we're birthing new things. And then we come to the 6th house and it's like, oh, well, I can do more of my birthing if I organize myself. So, the 6th house is really trying to help you to get to a greater level of brilliance. You're persisting in the 6th house. And then the 12th house is the unraveling of your house. So, if you think the 6th is about getting more organized and ramping up for a greater experience by being in a routine, in the 12th house, which is very much our unconscious, it is very unfocused. It represents our unconscious mind, the Akashic records, if that's what you believe in. It's everything that you can't see. It's your blind spot. And of course, with blind spots, our blind spot does lead to our unraveling. We can't quite carry on our life if we can't quite see what's coming and we're not prepared for it. So this is prepared. This is unprepared. This is this is physical. This is mental and spiritual. The 12th house is also a place of deep insight. So this is a very evolving picture here for you on this 28th of February and the journey it's taking you on. So let's quickly explain it. I say quickly, as you might have realized, quick and me don't really go together. I tend to sort of deep dive and go around here and round that corner and then where am I? I've got myself lost. Anyway, that's why I need these diagrams to follow. So you're birthing this whole new reality for yourself, where you're in a new birthing experience and you can go as big as you want to. Now, the first challenge comes to you around the time of the square, which is between the 9th and 12th of June, when the Sun is in a square to Saturn and Mercury is in a square to Saturn. And during this time, everything in your unconscious mind is coming into awareness. So you might recognize this time because you feel uncomfortable. You feel this discomfort, this dis-ease in your the way you're thinking. It's almost as if you feel like you're unraveling, like loads has happened and you don't know what that means. How do you fit it all together? How do you make sense of it? And there's a growing intuition as well. So not only have you expanded and learnt a lot, but now you're having flashes of intuitive insight. And also, by the way, Jupiter is also just moved into this area, highlighting that you are a psychic being that is actually connected to every other being in this, on this plane, planet, whatever you want to call it, within this universe, omniverse, whatever you think this is. I really don't know. I might sound like I do, but I really don't. All I know is what I see and in front of me, I'm touching my desk, and what I'm feeling inside, so, it's almost like your reality has expanded and now your internal reality is expanding, and that's creating space. So if I was in your shoes, Cancer Ascendant, I would mark in my diary right now that from like the end of April, that you start provisioning for your mental health, that you give yourself some days where you can relax and reflect, where you maybe buy a book or like invest in something that helps you to understand your inner thoughts, the inner mystery of who you are. Because around, the 9th to 12th of June, those questions are going to get really big in your head, and there's nothing wrong with them. It just shows that you are coming into your intuitive powers much more. But, I've met people that claim to have awakened over time. And then there are people who say, I had a mass awakening. And the people that have a mass awakening about something, they have a hard time often, because all of a sudden their mind is kind of blown apart and their current reality just isn't how they thought it was. And so, I would take this as a step-by-step approach. How much of your new reality are you ready to accept? And how can you integrate that in a way that's not going to blow your mind apart? Because if it blows your mind apart, then, it has a knock-on effect on your whole family, the way you live and everything. I think there are ways to ease yourself into this. So prepare yourself from the end of April. I mean, you could start preparing yourself right now. In fact, it's never too early to invest in your mental health and to get some support. The worst thing you could do at this time is gaslight yourself, that you disempower your knowledge of what is going on. If you say, oh no, that can't be real. No, everything I've experienced is like this. I'm having this intuitive experience, but it can't be real. If you're doing this, you're denying a part of who you are. So I absolutely recommend that you find ways to embrace your growing intuition around this time. Now, the next big change point, transformation point, is where the Sun and Mercury are in opposition to Saturn in this cycle. So your journey of expansion and formulating that expansion, it's challenged. I don't see this challenge as being so difficult, actually. The reason is, the third house is making everything very consciously understood. It's like facts, like 1 + 1 = 2, like I said. Whereas the 9th house is, well, what does 1 + 1 mean? So you're not dealing with the meaning, you're trying to base it down in facts. So what I would say is your journey has taken you so far that now you're trying to articulate it and put it into words. And yeah, that could be difficult, because you're taking the idea of how your life is expanding and you're compacting it down into words and short sentences and trying to articulate within your local community. So it might be, and this is very challenging actually, if you've learned a lot and then you're trying to take it back to the people that you love, and the people that you know and the people you grew up with. Anyone that's been away, seriously, if you've had a gap year, or if you've gone and lived in a country for a while, or if you've gone and done something for a good period of time and taken yourself out of your old environment, hands up, who's experienced this? Like, you go back home and you think, God, everyone's going to want to know about what I've experienced. And you start to share what you've learned. And it is like crickets. Nobody gives a toss what you've learned at all. It's like, really, oh, you're really shocked. You think the people that you grew up with, that love you so much and that understand you and you've had all these formative experiences with, you'd think they'd want to come along for the ride, right? No. So yes, your challenge might be, how do you express your newfound joy of expansion and adventure? How do you share it with the people nearest and dearest to you? Well, that is a challenge in and of itself. And my advice here actually is just continue to be yourself, your brilliant self, and wait for them to ask you more, because they'll start seeing that you're different. And, those curious ones and the ones that are ready will actually say, hey, how come you're this different person now? I want to know. Tell me about it. So, take away some of that drama for yourself and just enjoy being who you are. And then that gets so much easier. And then the next challenge, we on this expansion journey, the final challenge here is when the Sun and Mercury are in a sort of applying square to Saturn. And during this time, you are getting more organized. You are drawing everything into your life and kind of getting it more into a routine. So it might be that you've got a spiritual practice from this expansion you've been into. You've kind of internalized it. You've tried to embed it in your local area and in your sort of early context. And now you're trying to organize it into your daily routine. So it becomes part of who you are and that you're really expanding and using that. So you might just need to change some of your habits and change some of your eating and this, that, and the other. But this is a whole cycle that is taking just over a year to go through. So there's no rush at all. Eventually you'll come back to this spot and then you'll get a chance to do it again because Saturn's, going to the Sun and Mercury will come into a conjunction with Saturn one more time during this period, I think, maybe. Definitely one more time, maybe a second, but then Saturn will eventually move into Aries and change his whole adventure for you. But yeah, this is integrating your expansion, so I hope that's helpful for you. Okay, so on to Leo ascendant. Now, Leos, how much fun are we going to have with this? So let me start by explaining what this whole picture is about. So the pink circle around the outside is the Sun-Saturn cycle, which starts on the 28th of February with the Saturn Cazimi. So that point is a whole new sort of energizing point of intense focus, intense maturity. You're being encouraged to mature in some way. How interesting is that for a Leo ascendant? Yes, you're encouraged to become more of an elder. So there's an element of eldership coming up for you in this year ahead. And then we've got a Mercury Saturn cycle starting also on the same day, encouraging you to have really crystal clear, sharp, focused, intellectual energy. You are creating something out of your amazing capacity to hold thoughts. And Saturn is wanting to create some form. And also on this day, which actually kicks it off, is the Mercury Cazimi. Now, you might have seen that I released a Mercury Cazimi video this week. That goes hand in hand with this, so watch that video if you're curious about that forecast, because the Mercury Cazimi is about a flash of insight and the 6 great big points in this year ahead of when the Cazimi happens. It's a moment of deep insight where we can absolutely have a breakthrough in our thinking. So on the 28th of February, we've got this breakthrough in our thinking that is creating a maturity for us, a cycle of maturity where we step into eldership, and it's creating this intense studious focus where we can really achieve a lot, actually. And then all of this is happening in the 8th house. Now, for you, Saturn is going through the 8th house. Saturn's staying here and the Sun is on its journey and Mercury's on its journey. And these are the points where, they create angles, they create moments in time, like these interactions with Saturn. So Saturn's staying here. Now, Saturn has been in your 8th for at least a year, and he's going to continue to be in your 8th for some time more. And so, he's been here for a year. When the Sun comes back round into a conjunction with Saturn, you're doing it again in the sign of Pisces. and a third time. So, this maturation cycle, this cycle of you growing into eldership is continuing for another, you've got another 3 tries now. And then, Saturn will be in the sign of Aries. Now for Mercury, you've got one more Mercury Saturn cycle in the sign of Pisces. And then the next one will start in Aries. So, this is still playing out. This story is still playing out. Now, what is the 8th house about? Well, it's actually more important to understand what are these houses all about. So we've got the 8th and the 2nd house, and we've got the 11th and the 5th house. Now, I'm going to do it in from the 2nd to the 5th to the 8th to the 11th. And I'm going to look at the 2nd and 8th polarity, and then the 5th and the 11th polarity. So the 2nd house is about our personal income. It's about our personal resources, and it's also about receivership. It's like, how much are we prepared to receive? And it's also about how we value ourselves. Everything to do with your values and values of something coming into you is the 2nd house. So yes, your income from your job. Yes, all the resources around you that seem to come to you when you need them. Yes, how much are you able to receive? Do you receive things when people give you? Are you gifted a lot? That is absolutely a 2nd house thing. And do you value yourself? Like, what are you bringing this world? Do you feel strong in it? Are you good enough? These are all 2nd house things that are coming up. Now, the 8th house, by comparison, is about everyone else's values. So this is your values and your money. This is everyone else's money and everyone else's values. So the 8th house encompasses, like here, this is like, how do you value yourself? The 8th house shows how other people value you. So it's an interesting one because judgments happen here. So blame, shame, guilt, anger, things that people are putting on you because of their value systems definitely are captured in the 8th. So the 8th is actually a place of a lot of secrecy because most people's values and judgments about you, they keep to themselves. And they're having that sort of private dialogue. And if you're a particularly psychic person, and the psychic houses are for the 8th and the 12th, but if you've got quite a lot going on in this part of your chart, you'll probably already know what people think about you. You'll sense it. So you may well be very open to sensing other people's judgments about you. And how does that play out in your life? Does that give you freedom or does it tie you up in knots? Now, the 8th house is also about how you are valued and how you're seen in terms of your development. Like here, you're assessing your own development. It's you that creates your own self-esteem. Whereas here, like, you're being judged on how well you're moving from like birth to being a toddler, from being a toddler to a child, from child to a prepubescent teen. There are all these milestones. They're not your milestones. They're the milestones that have been forced upon you by some kind of societal narrative. Like, you should be doing this at this time and this at this time. Your brother did this by this time, So family patterns and family secrets are definitely held here, as are family wealth. So you may well have inheritances coming up during this time. Shared wealth from your partners. So are your partners bringing in more? Do they have insurance plans? Do they have stocks and shares? All of that shared wealth is captured in this 8th house. And it's the place of our birthing and our dying. It's like a life cycle, birth, death. Like they say that the 8th house is about death and taxes. And taxes is other people's money. It's money that you've earned that you have to pay to other people. So, this is very much about your values and everything about what you're earning and receiving. And this is what other people are receiving from you, what you're receiving from them, your obligations and shared expectations that are put on you. So the 8th has a lot of hidden narcissism, I would say, and hidden psychological games really go on in the 8th house. So it's interesting that you've got Saturn going through this house right now. You're probably having quite a tough learning curve. It's not an easy house. It's not a house that feels very easily for many people. But it's a part of your experience. You're learning how to mature through. So you're learning to let go of other people's values. You're learning to let go of the pressure that other people put on you. You're learning to just absolutely let go of any vile heaviness that people are putting on you that's impeding your own journey. And then you've got the 5th and the 11th. So the 5th is what you're joyful about. Where are you creating joy for yourself? All the new beginnings that you're instigating are coming up here. And it also includes your children, the children that you're bringing into the world, the sensuous energy that you're having, and all of your hobbies that might become a side hustle at some point. It's a very creative place, but it's your creative place. It's where you're involved in that, and you're not actually putting it out for other people to judge. It's your little secret, really. It's your secret joy. I love it. The 5th house is a great place. And then in opposition to this, we've got the place of co-creations. This is self-creation. This is co-creation. And this is known as a place of friendships because it's a shared joy. Do you get the same thing? So this is mine. This is shared. So, yeah, it's your shared joy, your shared vision, your shared creativity. It's what you're creating together. So this is your kids. This is your partner's kids. So if you've got stepkids, they show up here. Yeah, there's a lot going on. The globe, like your narrative of what brings you joy is here. Then the global narrative of what brings the best level of joy and care for everyone shows up here. So this is interesting. This has a lot to do with values and a lot to do with what you're creating from your values. So let's dive into this a bit further. So on the 28th of February, it's a power day, suffice to say, giving you a flash of insight as to what you might choose to do, and what might resolve any issues going on in this area to do with how other people are judging you, viewing you, treating you, how other people are keeping you in your place, but how you are moving on, how you are maturing. So you get a flash of insight about that. And you're on this new journey of understanding maturity from a new perspective. Maybe you're growing in responsibility, your ability to hold more responsibility, or dealing with how people feel about you and not taking it personally is also highlighted. And then at the same time, you're learning to think and communicate from this new place of maturity. And you've got an intense focus to develop through life and move from one stage to another. It's a pretty big journey you're on right now. And the first big challenge, I think, is around the 9th to the 12th of June, when you come into this square. So from this new place of responsibility and moving from one time in life to another, and like the 8th does involve dying sometimes, not you necessarily, I'm not talking about that, but like, it's a place of death. So you may well find that, the relationships that you have with some people, family members might come to an end, or, the context changes. It's definitely a place of beginnings and endings. And so by the time of this square, you may well find that this very serious journey that you're on is stressed out because you're being pulled into co-creations with people. So you're wanting to work on some deep and personal situations that are going on, and yet life is really pulling you into this very social, very global, very shared vision. You're really being pulled here. And of course, Jupiter is also in this area, expanding it. Your social capital is shooting through the roof at a time when you're trying to work out your personal shared capital with others. And then the opposition comes around between the 8th to the 18th of September. And that is really challenging you because, you're learning about how to work with within the contract of the people that are close to you and maybe that you have shared values with, and possibly difficulties because Saturn's going through this area. So you may be trying to navigate your existing relationships with difficult psychological makeups, and possibly difficult family members. And during this time, you're really feeling the urge to kind of break free from them and just go alone. Like, it's like, okay, well, how do I go it alone? How do I just say, okay, I don't care if I get your inheritance, or I don't care if I don't have your support now. I actually need to do this for myself. So it's like you're growing your self-esteem at this moment in time. Your self-esteem is coming up, and it might be a bit of a battle because it's in opposition to this point here. It's a time when you absolutely need to pull on all of your resources and realize what an amazing person you are and what your gift to the world is. Which brings me on to the next part of the journey between the 4th and the 7th of December. But actually, there are 2 more squares from Mercury to Saturn. There's one on the 12th of November. There's the middle one on the 7th of December. And there's one on the 27th of December. It's because Mercury goes retrograde. So he goes into a square, reverses past it, goes past it again, and so on and so forth. But suffice to say, early to mid-December, you are then expressing yourself through your own joy. So if we go around the cycle again, let's just explain it. So here you're challenged in your relationships with people close to you and with whom you might have some shared narrative, like there might be some shared views on how you are within your family. People, like, there are myths, aren't there, in families, and you might be the black sheep. And I imagine most people that watch this channel have come here because they have felt like they've been scapegoated, or that they've been the black sheep. That's what often leads people into learning more about themselves and learning more about the world and whatnot. So it might be that you've been scapegoated, and it's a difficult relationship that you're trying to manage. And whilst you're focused on it in quite a serious way, you're being pulled out of it by life. Life is saying, don't be over there. You need to be part of this global vision. And then, the next part is you're realizing, actually, I might need to make it on my own. I might need to let go of whatever it is that's psychologically bringing me down and putting me down and scapegoating or gaslighting me. And so you're building your own vision. And of course, the moment you build up the vision and value in yourself, the next part of your journey is like, you're like, wow, I've got value. Okay, I'm now feeling really creative. And so the natural creative juices are arising within you. You're creating more joy for yourself. You're creating more beingness for yourself. And of course, that creates another crisis, because the people in your life, or the people that are judging you, the people that have got you in a particular box, are now, seeing that you're even further away from them. It's even harder to reconcile with you, because the memory of who you are to them is absolutely different, because the reality of who you've grown to be is just nowhere near who they were expecting you to be. And so as you're coming back around to this conjunction, you've got this opportunity, like February, March of next year, to re-transact with them and say, look, come on, we're all growing. We're all on a journey here. This is a life cycle where we move from one stage of life to another, to another, to another. I've grown, and I'm sure you have. Let's talk about this growth together. So yeah, this is a particularly tricky part of your life, but I mean, Leo Ascendant, there's a lot of fun stuff going on and deep changing stuff. You've got Pluto here, just, at the start of your descendant. You've had Uranus going through your 10th house. Jupiter's right there as well. So you've been going through some massive changes in the way you do your relationships and are expanding your amazing talent. So yeah, the Saturn is representing the knock-on effect of the sort of rapid growth that you've had and the responses it might be having on your relationships. But it's by no means a lost cause. All that's happening, as far as I can see, is you're being invited to see why and how and whether you would even choose to transact with people and to be in relationships with people who are kind of trying to put you back in your box. Everyone, I would say, the overall message to Leo Ascendant is, this is your time to shine, babe. This is your time to shine brightly. And yes, not everyone's going to like it. And yet, the world is a much better place with you in it. Please don't dim your light for those who choose to throw a blanket over you. Really don't. So there you go. Enjoy this lovely cycle of discovery for yourselves, and hopefully I'll catch up with you soon. Bye for now. Hey, so we are on to Virgo Ascendant now, and wow. What I'm going to start with is, first of all, just explain what this picture is about, and then talk about these 4 houses and or signs that you're exploring in this year ahead. So, this whole thing is like part 2 of the video that I released earlier this week, which was the Mercury Cazimi video, where I was showing you the first Cazimi of this year, the Mercury Cazimi, on the 28th of February, and how it's seeding these moments of genius in your year ahead. But the 28th of February is a massive day, and I couldn't possibly, I didn't think so at the time, marry up all of the different potentials. There are 3 big conjunctions happening on this day, the 28th of February. So this video is playing out with the other 2. So first of all, the pink circle here is representing the Sun-Saturn cycle. So we've got the Saturn Cazimi on the 28th of February. And Saturn is obviously in your 7th house right now, has been for almost a year, and will be until, well, he will be for another year and a bit. So Saturn is your sort of like, he is here at the moment. He's affecting you here. Now, the Sun is obviously going to keep moving, and will make a square to Saturn. Later we'll make an opposition to Saturn, another square, and then we'll come back round. And this is where the next Sun-Saturn cycle starts. But it starts with the Cazimi, which is the Saturn Cazimi, which is giving you this flash of, or this kind of burst of a need, like a growing need to extend your responsibility, to grow up, to want to take yourself seriously. It's a huge kind of responsibility. It's not necessarily glamorous. Saturn is not glamorous, really, really not. Though he does come to power. Saturn is about how we can have more power, have more status, and create the forms and structures required to do it. Saturn's playing a long game. Saturn's quite an elderly, grown-up, mature, sober energy. So this is a sobering personality cycle, but one where you can actually move up quite quickly. Not quite quickly, but move up. You're taking yourself up a level. Like I say, you're proving yourself. You're taking action to create deep change on your journey here. Okay, sorry, I paused there because I realised I hadn't. I needed to change these. So yeah, this is a cycle that is not very glamorous. It's not. It's very much about proving yourself, and it's very sobering. Now, the Mercury Saturn cycle is a place of steady focus, deep insight, and it's bringing in a studious application. Now, these 2 cycles, as you'll see down here, I've listed the times of the conjunctions, the squares, the oppositions, the final squares, as the Sun and Mercury are going around the zodiac and coming back to rejoin with Saturn in their new cycles. Now, if you don't achieve what you're wanting to achieve in this cycle, in terms of your 7th house experience, the 7th house is about your personal relationships, and your partnering, everything to do with what is not in your, what's under your control. It's like your life with other people. Anything that you're wanting to create and control and develop with in terms of your relationships. If you're not doing it in this cycle, you've got another chance, like from the 25th of Feb 2025 and the 12th of March 2025, both. Mercury comes back first, then the Sun and Saturn come together, and you've got another chance to do both of these cycles in the sign of Pisces in your 7th house. So it's not like one shot and if you don't make it, it's gone. This is a continuous evolution. Now, I want to explain a little bit about these houses. So we've got this emphasis on the 1st and 7th house and the 4th and 10th house. So let's just quickly define those. So the 1st house is everything that is you. It's your ascendant, which represents the moment of you being born. So it's your body, your boundaries, what people notice about you when they meet you, your sort of outer personality, how you appear to be. It's very much about your perspective. It's all about you, essentially. And then the 7th house is everything that's not you. So it's all of your relationships. It is definitely your partner that's in your life, and your best friend, probably. It's also the people that later turn out to be your enemies, because a lot of people that you love and the things that bring the people that you love together with you are often the things that later you don't like about them. So there is something about the 7th house that reminds me of a blind spot. The 7th house is almost like the projection screen that you hold in life. So everything that you cannot accept in yourself and cannot see in yourself, when you say, someone says, tell me about you. And you say, well, I'm thoughtful. I'm very natural. I am very focused about health. I'm this, that, and the other, trying to sort of mimic a Virgo ascendant here. I'm quite organized and meticulous. I like things to work. I like to do things first time and get it right. And I'm very, very helpful. I'm a great person to have around, actually, in an emergency, because I keep my cool and I understand how everything fits together. Very Virgo. And then if someone says, tell me what you're not, you might say, well, I'm not really wishy-washy. I don't really get lost because I'm quite sort of organized. And I'm not like washing around in masses of emotions, because actually I value my ability to think through things rather than feel through things. So, this is just a sort of horrible stereotype, but it's really describing what you see in yourself versus what you see in others. And the truth is, all of these potentials are within you. It's just these are the ones that you see and recognize, and that other people recognize within you. And these are the ones that you recognize outside of yourself and see in other people. They are like reflecting to you another side of how you really are. It's like, you could call it your shadow side. But, I also see that, the people that you bring into your life are there to show you what's really playing in your life, like the programs you're playing. So, this starting point here, I think, in your 7th house, it could be a serious focus to get to know the people in your life much better and to come into a greater level of partnership with them. But at the same time, you're actually doing a lot of shadow work. You're actually learning about yourself and who you really are. You're actually facing yourself through facing other people to a much higher degree. Does that make sense? And then this other axis is the 4th house is the home, the grounding, all the things that have grounded you in your experience. It's your childhood. It's very much your private place. It's where a lot of your behaviors come from your internal programming from your parents. And so this often is ascribed to your most inward facing parent. It might be your mum, it might be your dad, but it's one of the parental houses. It's the home. And then the 10th house is like what you do from here. It's like, this is home and this is away. This is home. This is where you step out into the world. This is where you learn who you are, and it's the environment that you discover who you are from. And this is the away. This is where you're discovering who you are because of the interactions that you have when you step outside of your home. So these all fit together, and these are the foremost, I say, the foremost important houses. I mean, obviously every house is important. They're all part of your collective experience, but we have our ascendant at the start of the 1st house. We have our descendant here to do with relationships. We have our midheaven angle here to do with our career and our reputation and us stepping and standing in the world. And then we have our 4th house, which is very much the IC or the nadir, whatever you want to call it. It's the last, it's the bottom angle that is absolutely rooting us. So this journey, Virgo, that you're going on right now is big. This is absolutely changing your relationship to you and other people and home and how you step out into the world. Big stuff. So when it starts on the 28th of February, not only is there the Mercury Cazimi, but also the Saturn Cazimi, which is giving you this fresh and bright insight and also this deep seriousness to create change and to create a new reality for yourself. And this is in terms of partnerships. And I think it's most likely getting better level of quality relationships, going deeper into your relationships, possibly forming bonds, like deeper bonds in your relationship. So Saturn coming into your 7th, sometimes it can show people breaking down their relationships because they have more discernment and they say, actually, you're not really the person I do want to be with for the rest of my life. And right now with Saturn in my 7th, I really do want to have the right person because I want to create a lifelong bond. It's very much about the longevity. But you might also find that Saturn going through your 7th actually creates that bond where people get engaged or married because, they realize actually you are my complement. You are the person I want to spend this longevity with. So Saturn here, I guess what's really going on is discernment into your relationships. And if you've already got a lot of awareness into your relationships, if you've already been fortunate enough to meet somebody that you absolutely have a great time with, then this is fantastic. You can go deeper into your relationships. But if you find that who you are right now isn't really a good match for who you are around right now, you might find that Saturn's discernment here is really creating difficulties. It's really saying, look, I'm in this place of relationship discernment and this isn't going to work. So yeah, a lot of this is dependent on where you already are in your journey in terms of relationships. So anyway, that's your starting point. The first challenge is really coming with the first set of squares between the 9th and 12th of June, which are in your 10th house, because obviously how you feel about others in your life is really going to get impacted when your attention is a lot more in your professional space. And when you're gaining in power, gaining in strength and more visible, so when Mercury and the Sun and also Jupiter right now is moving into this part of your chart as well. So there is this emphasis come June whereby you are growing in magnitude. And so the journey that you started off on in terms of your relationships and deepening them, you might find that come June, you need to you might actually say, oh, I should have built into my relationship model room to grow, because by June you are growing a lot and that might be putting stress on your relationships. Maybe your partners aren't quite ready for you to grow that much. Maybe the kind of partners you need want you to grow, not want you to stay still. So, that might be your realization in this first square is, hey, my partner doesn't want me to grow, and yet I am really growing. So it's a clear message to you, that you need to be able to grow, because if you can't, that's going to spell disaster. Now, as the Sun and Mercury move, they later come into your first house between the 8th and 18th of September. Now, during this time, your growth has come on so much that actually, at the time of the opposition, your new personality, your new way of being, the new you that is being created right now because of your career potential and status and power, your emerging power, it's like your personality is changing, and there's a lot more focus on what you're bringing the world and how you enjoy being in the world. And yes, you're in less of a relationship space. You're in more of a self-absorbed place because you're enjoying life being you. So you then might want to think, well, did my relationship model have enough independence built into it for me to express myself sometimes on my own? And am I also offering my partner adequate opportunities to express themselves? So, you know, this opposition here, whilst it sounds difficult, it could be resolved by allowing an openness and allowing more freedom for both of you. And then the final square to come in early to mid-December is, you know, you're on your growth journey. You're now at a place where your home life is changing. So maybe in your relationships, you're now in a place of living together, or maybe the way you live together needs to change because of what you've learned on your journey so far. So it might be that you know, not only are you giving each other more freedoms, but you're now also putting into place different ways of living in your own home. So this is a real big journey that as you come back round this time next year, you have changed the way you've related to each other, the way you are in yourself, the way you are in terms of your magnificence and your power. And obviously that has a knock-on effect on how you live. So I hope that's helpful for you, Virgo. More than anything, to make this successful, I think you need to build into your relationship model the opportunities for self-growth and to explore the world in the way that you want to. So, you know, when it's here in this opposition, you might find that you're wanting to do things and your partner's like, I don't want to do that. And so your relationships have to have some flex in so that you can accomplish these. So yeah, I hope that's helpful to you, Virgo. But, you know, this is a powerful time on the 28th. And of course, these cycles are always going on. So you can always come back and review this and see how it's all matching up for you. But anyway, lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay, so I'm having a look now at Libra Ascendant for this new very intense cycle that's happening. So it all starts on the 28th. So on the 28th of February 2024, we've got a very sort of strong day. There is 3 big conjunctions that I think are happening. I say big, one of them's not a big conjunction. It's Mercury and the Sun creating the Mercury Cazimi, which I've already recorded a video about and released that earlier this week. In many ways, the forecasts from there are like part 1 of what you might need to know or want to know or choose to know about the 28th of February. And this represents part 2. So let me explain this drawing. So the pink circle is representing the Saturn Sun cycle, and where it's in black, that represents the Cazimi, where it's Saturn Cazimi, Saturn and the Sun come into their exact conjunction, setting off a whole new cycle that is all to do with getting stronger, maturing. It's sobering. It's very much about eldering yourself, becoming your own little or great mentor. It's very, very deep acting. And it's not very glamorous, I have to say. But it's very much about raising your game and raising your status. Like Saturn is a status raiser, and Saturn is looking to take form in some way. And this represents a cycle. This is where obviously Saturn is staying here in the sign of Pisces. He's going to be here the whole year and beyond for another year and a half or so. But, they start off here at the same spot, and then the Sun ends up in a square to Saturn, goes into an opposition to Saturn, and then a final square before coming back round, and then meets Saturn at this point here on the 12th of March 2025, because obviously Saturn has moved this far whilst the Sun has completely done a lap. And then we've got the Mercury Saturn cycle starting on the 28th. And this is about, it's combining the youthful energy and the old energy. Like Saturn is old, Mercury is very young and agile in its thinking. And so it's about our thinking, our brain waves, our ideas. Mercury, as I've said in the Cazimi video, it's very much about the message of the gods being brought through Mercury to humanity, bringing the unconscious to the consciousness. It could be raising our awareness, raising our vibration. And so, when Mercury is meeting with Saturn, we are realizing that we can have much greater genius and the application to sustain it. So it's very steady in its focus. It's real deep insight, and it's a very studious application, a very good time to study, actually. So all three of these are happening at the same time. And, you know, Saturn stays here and moves this far by the 25th of February 2025. And Mercury goes into a square, an opposition, and then 3 squares from November to the end of December. And then back round, and then they meet up again. So all this really is I'm going to be telling you about, or sharing with you, my thoughts about how all of these cycles can play out in your life in this year ahead. Obviously, it's just one, or it's just 2 cycles actually that are playing out of all of the myriad of cycles that are playing out within your chart. But this gives you a very strong feel about how you can use the Saturn and Mercury energy together with the Sun energy. Now, the other thing I want to pay particular attention to is you'll notice that all of these happenings are happening in a sort of cross. So we've got the Saturn energy starting in the 6th house and being in opposition in the 12th house. And then we've also got these 2 squares going across the 3rd and the 9th house polarity, the axes of the 3rd and 9th, and the 6th and the 12th. So it's worth understanding the greater message of what is playing out, because each of these houses it kind of represents part of the story of your life. And so these houses, these 4 houses, which are really 2 pairs of energy that are, I guess, like spectrums. Like, for instance, if we consider the 3rd and the 9th house, they are on a spectrum of belonging and also a spectrum of knowing. So, for instance, at the 3rd house end, we've got belonging in a local community. It's very local. It's where your local friends are. It's where you learn the first bits of information. It's like your local junior or infant junior or senior school. And then the 9th house, it's about belonging and knowing, but from an outside perspective. So you've got the local and small, and then you've got the bigger context. So like knowing in the 9th house is not just knowing your ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, but it's knowing what are the 1, 2, 3s? What are the ABCs? You know, it's about politics, religion, spirituality, beliefs, so much goes into that. But it's also, in terms of the 3rd house, which is about your local environment and socializing with your local friends and understanding the local narrative. The 3rd house is out there. So it's everything that's not local. It's your great big adventures. It's different cultures, different countries, different friends from different parts of the world, and different philosophies and religions and spiritual beliefs that come to you from another part of the world or a different kind of culture. So it's like internal consciousness and external expanded consciousness in many respects. So it's very much about, I think, belonging. Like, are you belonging out there or sort of locally? And where is your knowing? And then the 6th and the 12th are very interesting, because the 6th is how you're managing your life in a very sort of conscious way. So, and in a very 3D way. So, how you're managing your bills, how you're managing your diet, your physical health, and exercising, is your house clean? It's very much about conscious routines that are helping you to build on the structures of your routines so you can actually experience more and create more. So it's very much a sort of conscious, organized part of our life. And then the 12th house is a disorganized, unconscious part of our life, which in many respects is helping us break down our personality. So the 1st house is the start of the story. It's like where we're born. It's the moment where we come into being. And effectively, if we use this as a metaphor for life, the 12th house is as we're dematerializing, as we are dying, as our persona is breaking down. And so it makes sense that the 6th house, we're learning to get stronger, so that we can meet challenges in our outer world. This is very much our inner world. This is very much our outer world. When we become, we are related to people in the 7th house. We have access to, joint values and so on and so forth. So we're always reaching out. This is us stepping into our career and networking beyond, and then having more of a philanthropic nature. You know, it's all part of the growth circle. And then you can only come so far before you kind of start to dematerialize and start to connect with all that is. So this 12th house is our blind spot in many ways, and this is where we are in sharp focus in the 6th house. So yes, we've got this kind of story of focus. Are we sharply focused? Are we coming apart? And are we focused at home and in our local known environment, or are we going into the unknown but exciting adventure? So what an interesting perspective this Saturn, Mercury and Sun cycle are going to give us. So let's deep dive more into it and follow those cycles round. Okay, so yeah, this is how I think these cycles are going to be playing out for you, Librans. So your intense feeling of a need for seriousness and a deeper activity, you know, that deep insight and almost like a breakthrough is coming from this place here, in terms of it feels like it's time to take it up a notch, like your experience is meant to get bigger right now. It feels like it's time to really pay attention to your health in quite a concerted way. And here Saturn can be quite useful. I always think that, you know, when Saturn's going through something like the 6th house or Chiron as well, that we can get sickened if we're not actually really taking good care of our actual physical structure. So you will most likely be prompted quite strongly to do things to repair your body, to fix your body, to feel stronger and to feel a lot more organized in your body in terms of what you're eating, but not actually just what you're ingesting physically, but what are you ingesting emotionally and spiritually and psychically. So, you know, it's about taking your whole life up to a new level because of the habits and the ways of being that you are incorporating into your life. So, you know, you've got this very strong application to have the discipline to turn your life around. You know, so you may well find that, you know, you're changing your habits at home, changing your habits with money, as well as your body. And all of this has this, you know, this uplift for you, and there are realizations coming from uplifting yourself. It's funny, isn't it? Because when you feel more vibrant in your health, all of a sudden you get new ideas, you get this new feeling of flow. And of course, if you're feeling a lot more organized at home and things are going better, usually your work tends to go better and your relationships. So it's a concerted effort, and you know, this is really showing that. I mean, you know how people use the new year as a catalyst to start new habits? This is the new year that you've been waiting for. And it didn't actually start on the 1st of January. It's starting on the 28th of February. So I think that's quite significant. That's quite a good thing, actually, to talk about. Like this, sorry. The new year you've been waiting for. Because actually, I really think this is what the Mercury and Saturn cycle and Sun cycle are very much like. You know, it's like the astrological new year. Obviously, that starts when the sun goes into Aries, by the way, on the spring equinox. But anyway, I'm sort of talking to myself here rather than talking to you. So let's move on. So yeah, you're starting this new journey. And then the first kind of pitfall along the way is around the 9th to the 12th of June. And during that time, the sun here is in a square to Saturn, and Mercury is also in a square to Saturn. And it's happening, you know, within 3 days of each other. So this is quite interesting because, yes, you're trying to get more organized at home. And yet at this time in June, and given that Jupiter has also moved into this part of your chart at the same time, there's this real big impetus to take a step outside of your life, you know, take a step out of your normality. And you might also be learning things about the world and about religion, politics, and this, that, and the other that are expanding your awareness. And all of a sudden, you just don't have the patience or the discipline anymore to actually, be organized and maintain your new good habits. So, or your new routines. So it feels like your first real big challenge here is that you realize that the world is bigger than you were planning for. So what you might choose to do, in fact, is when you're thinking about your new routines and thinking about the new ways that you might do things, you might actually choose to allow some space for growth, allow some space for the evolution of what you might be about to do. The next big challenge then is between the 8th and the 18th of September, when the Sun goes into opposition with Saturn and Mercury goes into opposition with Saturn. And during that time, your experience is being awakened, and it's the sense of the unknown that is being awakened, so all the things that are in your blind spot that you're not normally aware of are firing into action. There's this new sense of intuition. You may well find some of your old insecurities and fears, which really live in the 12th house. They get activated, and you might not be able to put your finger on it exactly, because the 12th house is very much a place of everything being unknown. But there is a sense that maybe things are being stirred and things aren't quite right. Now, how I read this is, you've started this, you're on this new Saturn cycle, and, Saturn is going through your 6th house. He is showing you how to raise your game and to come up. And during that time, during this year ahead, you've expanded, or you've been encouraged to expand your life and your knowledge. And Jupiter is still in the sign of Gemini when the Sun and Mercury are going through your 12th house. And so what I really think is you've expanded so much that you can't really expand anymore at that moment. It's a time of a bit like the moon sun cycle, it starts off in the new moon where there's nothing, just possibility and potential. And then the moon is moving. The moon is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It goes into the full moon part of the cycle, where it's absolutely full of experience and thoughts and feelings and emotions, and it's massive. And then we go into the waning side of the cycle, where you're pulling all that information back in, and you're processing it, and you're putting it back in place, and you're tidying it away, and then all of a sudden it disappears, letting go of all the things that felt like they were important at the time, but they aren't anymore. So what I see going on here is that there's this rising consciousness and this rising of feelings, because you've created more space. Like Saturn here has created more space for you to explore your life, and to by having better stability and having better habits for yourself, you're creating more ease in your life, so you can experience more. And then by the time you come into this opposition, you have experienced so much, and you can't quite possibly manage anymore. It's almost like, if I have any more, I'm going to burst. So I need to start seeing where there are patterns, seeing where there are shapes, seeing where there are repeats of certain themes. And it's starting to weave it together into a braid of understanding. You're trying to bring all these understandings together in a way that makes sense to you. And that's going to take some time. It's not something that happens overnight. And it's very much an organic process here in the 12th house, because you can't really see what you're weaving, but you have a sense of it. So, if I was in your shoes, Libra Ascendant, I would choose quite consciously towards the late summer. I think I would start journaling, or, if you're not journaling, maybe record your voice into your phone, interview yourself, talk to yourself, and notice the things that you're saying. The important thing is you have to notice it. By the time the Sun and Mercury gets here, you can't notice it anymore. It's hidden. It's in your blind spot. So, towards, the end of July and August, start talking to yourself and notice what themes come up, or talk to a coach, talk to somebody regularly, or write, so that you get this sense of what words are coming up, what phrases are coming up, what patterns. Start noticing, so that, when you're in this place and you're feeling all this wild emotion, you can say, hang on, I know what this is about. I do have this current ongoing theme about this, and this. And you can start to, it will start to tell its own story. is what I'm here to let you know. Then as the Sun and Mercury continue on their journey, they come into a square in December. Now, actually, the squares happen on the 12th of November. That's Mercury in a square to Saturn. Then on the 7th of December for Mercury and Saturn. And then on the 27th, I think, of December, for Mercury and Saturn. And then the Sun is in a square to Saturn on the 4th. So I've really said that the key dates in this time are really the 4th to the 7th of December. And at this point, it's like those threads have come together and you're now recognizing them and sort of embodying them in the local known environment, in your local place where most of your life takes place. So it might be that you start to talk about your experiences and what you've learned with your friends. Now, it's always funny, you know, when you take consciousness, like you learn something outside of your environment and then trying to bring it back in. However, it does feel like you're being called to express all these new changes. You're called to understand them and explore them a bit more in a public and social setting. So it's like you're starting to really practice what you've learned and to share the threads of your life, and for them to make sense. And I guess the difficulty there is as they pick up in like as the local environment picks up on the flavor of the new you might realize that you need more habits in place because you've essentially uplifted yourself through this very practical application of this deep, insightful, studious energy. You know, you've changed the way you are in your world, and because of that, there are more habits you might need to put in. So there's more things to learn. You know, you might find that you're setting up some kind of book club or regular meetup to talk about certain things. I mean, I remember years ago when I was living in Bali, and I'm really good friends with Rick Purcell, who's a coach. He's one of my mentors. He's one of my go-to people. And I've had many conversations with him that I've recorded on my sister channel called The Barefoot Broadcast. And we have conversations about spirituality or life and difficulties and resolutions and things like that. But when I was living in Bali 13 years ago, he had, he still has, he has a shop. And once a week, he would close the shop, but keep it open for people that wanted to come and have a discussion. You know, we would sit down, watch a movie together, talk about the themes and the threads. And it was an opportunity for people to come together, a bit like, I guess a movie club rather than a book club, but it was of a spiritual nature. So to me, it feels like there's some kind of something that you're giving back. You know, you're stepping into the Saturn Sun cycle, which is about raising yourself. It's proving yourself. It's maturing. You're sobering yourself with the steadiness. You're very grounded with this personal learning you're doing. And then, you know, by the end of this year, you're kind of sharing it. It's like your gift to share with the world. And it's a gift of reflection. And it's something that you can help to bring about. You don't have to do it on your own necessarily, but you might find that there are groups, interest groups that you start to join and interact with. So yeah, this is quite an interesting journey. And of course, by the time the next one comes around, both the Sun and Mercury will make their conjunctions with Saturn in Pisces again. So you're going to get another go of this. So don't worry if you don't get it first time. It's just the beauty of this one is all these cycles, including the Mercury Sun cycle, are all starting on the same day, and it's deeply, deeply powerful. So there you go, Libra Ascendant. I hope that was helpful for you. So let's have a look now at Scorpio Ascendant. So I would say Scorpio Ascendant, you've had quite a lot of attention recently. I mean, let's face it, you know, you've got two rulers, Pluto and Mars. And so we had the Mars Cazimi last November. Pluto has been taking its time transitioning in and out of Aquarius from Capricorn. So that's kind of hot topic. And then earlier this month on Valentine's Day, we had Pluto and Mars in a conjunction, starting off a whole new cycle. And also within, I think, 7 days of each other, you had Pluto and Venus start off a cycle and Venus and Mars start off a cycle, all in the sign of Aquarius, where Pluto is right now. So it does feel like there's been some very strong themes for you in recent times. And yeah, I'm here to share with you. There's some more things to really consider. Now let's first of all explain what's going on here. So we've got the outer pink cycle to represent the Sun and Saturn and how they're relating to each other. Where it's surrounded by a black line, that is the moment or the place in your birth chart where the Sun and Saturn are coming into their Cazimi, where they come into a conjunction and start a whole new cycle. Now, Saturn is a slow mover from right now, at the end of February. He's moving from here to there, by the 12th of March, by the time the Sun next comes around. So Saturn is here the whole time, but the Sun goes into a square, into an opposition with Saturn, into another square with Saturn, and then they meet again where this yellow dot is, or yellow square. Now, I've done the same for Mercury. So Mercury and Saturn are coming together on the 28th in the same place. Obviously, Saturn is staying here, but Mercury whizzes round into a square, opposition, and 3 squares before coming back round into a conjunction with Saturn again. And on the same day, the Sun and Mercury come together in a Cazimi, and I've recorded a video about that earlier this week. So look up for the Mercury Cazimi video. Really, the forecast in there is like the part 1, and this is the part 2 to the 28th of February, and understanding the immensity. Immensity, is that a word? The immense possibility of what's taking place right now and how things are shaping up for people. So this is a very strong series of cycles, very different to the Pluto, Venus and Mars energy, which was obviously very ardent and passionate and kind of heavy and thumping almost in its intensity. This is very different. Mercury is about thought rather than feeling. Saturn is about structure and form and controlling things and rules and regulations, rather than, Pluto, which is very much about control it all. And then the Sun is about your personality. So, I see the Sun-Saturn cycle is about maturing and becoming more grown up, sobering yourself, becoming steady. It's not a glamorous place to, it's not glamorous. It's not a glamorous cycle. It's very much business as usual, because there are certain things that well-functioning people do. There are certain ways of being that allow you to mature into old age and beyond. And then the Mercury-Saturn cycle, which is kind of interesting because Mercury is so young and agile and about communication and movement and travel and delivery, like from, an idea to a recipient of the idea. And then Saturn is kind of old and arthritic, it's very set in its ways. It's very formulaic. And so here, when you've got these two coming together, there's this opportunity for a very deep, steady focus. There's this possibility for intense insight and to really apply the level of your genius in a practical way and having the discipline to do it. So, there's a lot of discipline to do with this cycle starting on the 28th of February. And it's giving you the chance to really up level in some way. You're like, not only is your consciousness given a boost from the Mercury Cazimi on the day, but it's like you're given a boost into how you can raise your game to the next level. So there's that very strong theme going on. Now, you'll notice that the conjunctions and oppositions are in a polarity. They're in opposing houses from the 11th to the 5th. You'll also see that the 2 squares are in opposition. So we've got this energy from the 8th to the 2nd. So all of this, the main parts of this Sun Mercury Saturn cycle that is setting off in your charts right now, Scorpio, is they are affecting your story to do with creativity, whether it's self-creation and your ability to tap into joy, or the shared creation, the co-creation, and the experience of being part of something global, and possibly philanthropic, where we are being of service in many respects. And then there's the 2nd and 8th parallel, or polarity, which are very much based on values, whether it's your values, like how you're earning money, how you're getting resources, and how you value yourself. Do you love yourself? Are you enough? Do you know that? Do you really know that? And then in the 8th house, it's how other people value you. Do they think you're enough? Are they sharing their wealth with you? And what are your attitudes towards the shared wealth that is coming into your life? The 8th house is also about the life cycles, from birth right the way through to death, because it's a growth cycle. There is some reflection. The 8th house is also kind of secretive. It has some energies akin to your own rising sign of Scorpio. Like Scorpio is the 8th sign of the zodiac. So there is this feeling, people say the 8th house is about death and taxes. Like taxes are the shared money. It's what you're earning but need to share. And like death, it's the dying, it's the letting go of the personality, which is a bit of a Scorpio theme, So there's a lot to do with value, and there's a lot to do with creation on this journey that's just starting up right now. So let's dive in a bit deeper to understand it. So on the 28th, what's really coming up is this strong focus, a strong opportunity to create something with form. And it's in this 5th area of your chart. Now, some people say it's the place of partying and having sex and just having a great laugh. And if that's what brings you joy, then yes, it probably is. I think it's the place of where we're birthing. It's kind of like our womb. Everything that comes from it is born. Some people might say it's like your sacral chakra. What you're passionate about, what you're truthful about, gets a new start, gets delivered by you. It gets nurtured and delivered. But it's like a self-creation. It's a place of new starts. It's a place of sensuality and connection and new relationships. So it's what you're birthing through your desire for joy and happiness. And I really love that description. So, I mean, what greater description could there be right now than that one of the things that you're working on right now is for greater joy in your life, and you're taking practical, considered action to create more of it and more of it. So that's good. Now, it does represent our children because we give birth to them. And I know many people that watch this channel are parents. So you might find that during this time you have a lot of concerns about your children, and you're wanting to put some kind of practical action into place to help support your children more. Again, it's how can you support the flowering of the things that you have started? How can you bring more joy and structure and success? How can you take your children? How can you take your hobbies? How can you take your joy to a whole new level? So quite the thing to start off with. As you start on this journey, by the time you come round to the first square, what's really happening between the 9th to the 12th of June is that the things that you've created are getting valued in some way. Somehow they've got into the domain of other people. It feels like other people have a say, other people have a judgment about the things that you have created. Now, how you choose to relate to that is your own decision. But what you might want to think about is, one sec. What you might want to consider is if you have any guilt, shame, blame, or anger about the things you've created here, by the time this first square comes around, between the 9th to 12th of June, it feels like you've got something to atone for. You know, it feels like people are judging you and judging your values around the thing that you've created. So, for instance, you might have created a mum and pop business. You might have created a new relationship. You might have children. But what it is that you're joyful and you have created, at this point, it feels like other people are noticing and other people are interacting and other people have a view on what is right and wrong. Like if your mum and pop business is growing nicely, you might have some taxes to pay. So you might have to think about joint income and joint responsibilities. Or if you've been spending your own money to create your hobbies and whatnot, and you've been investing in yourself. Again, at this point, you might have some kind of discussion with your partner about where that money's going. You know, so there is something to do with the values of other people that are related to the things that you're doing. So it's important. Now, if I was in your shoes right now, and I am, because I actually have Scorpio Ascendant, and actually why I stopped a moment ago was to cough, because I realized that what I was saying was a little bit too close to home for myself. You know, I was starting to read it without realizing it was for me. And I was like, oh God, that really relates. So I had to compose myself. But if I was in your shoes, and I am, what I would say right now is, the points of your creation, anywhere where you feel judged about, or anywhere where you're judging yourself about whether your creations are good enough, about whether you're doing the right thing by your creations, and so on and so forth. Anywhere where you're feeling judgment, it's time to work on that now. So by the time this square comes along, if people are judging you or expecting you to pay something or atone for something, you're ready for it. And, you know, people can only really judge you and guilt you up or shame you up if you feel like you've done something wrong. So my advice here right now is to be very above board about what you're doing, be very straight about what you're doing, and be very, very purposeful. Recognize now what you might struggle with being judged about, and start to work out the kinks now, I would say. So the next part of this evolution is that they go into opposition between the 8th to the 18th of September. So, you know, the sun's in opposition to Saturn, Mercury's in opposition to Saturn. And so there is this, based on like creation, it's almost like you're being encouraged to take what you've created and share it with the world in some way, and to blend it with the global vision or something bigger, something outside of that place of safety. And it feels like the world is wanting to weigh in on that value that you've created by being so like beautiful in your creation. So, you know, it's like your creations have gained value, have got judged, and now the world wants a piece of it. And actually, you might be ready to share with the world these things that you've created. It might be that you're like, no, it's good. I'm all happy with that. But it's important to recognize that as you're developing things and as things have a life of their own, they are going to come into the world. They are going to reach out in the world, and the world is going to want to reach into what you're doing. So it's worth looking at those boundaries and those definitions that you have for yourself to see how comfortable you are. You know, maybe you want to test your creations in the world before the world gets involved, so that you have a level of control about how it might happen. So yeah, that feels really important. And then as you're coming round back into this place of knowing, what's really occurring, as far as I can see it, is you're now able to receive something because you've put your, you know, what you're very precious about and what you've created, because you've challenged yourself and you've received feedback and you've received possibly judgments and criticism, and then you've allowed it to go into the world at a much deeper level, much further than before, and maybe collaborated with other people, you know, whereby it's not really your life that you're creating, but something is coming out of a sense of mutuality. It's gaining in value, and you've got a chance to really deeply consider what that means to you and your self-esteem, and whether you want to receive. So I actually see that by the time the Sun and Mercury come back around to this point, you have been on a creative journey that has helped you, value yourself more, value your ability to cope with change. It's also been a journey of what some people might deem selfishness, you know, like where you're guarding and protecting things. But actually nothing should be protected, you know, everything should be shared. Klaus Schwab would like that, but if you want to share everything. But to me, it feels like the journey of shared ownership. It's like a journey of ownership, but also a journey of receivership. You know, so by the time, you know, we're in December with these final squares, it's time to receive. It's time to receive the accolades of what you've done. It's time to receive the feeling of, yeah, I've taken the right step and I've got more value in myself. So yeah, this is interesting, and it will play out another year on. So you'll be able to refine it even more fully the next time. But obviously, with this particular cycle, it all starts on the same day. When you start to repeat these patterns next year, it's not with the same level of intensity. So this is where it's at. This is a massive growth cycle for you, Scorpio Ascendant. So good luck with that. And moving on now to the sign of Sagittarius. So for you Sagittarius Ascendants, you'll see that you've got a lot of spots or heated activity going on in your first house of your chart. Anyway, let's have a look at what this is looking like for you. So this is a forecast very much about the Sun, Saturn, the Mercury Saturn cycle. So Sun, Mercury and Saturn cycles that are taking place and starting on the 28th of February 2024 in the sign of Pisces, very much nestled in the fourth house of your experience. Now, on this particular day, it's got very, very strong energy. First of all, there is a Sun Mercury, or is a Mercury Cazimi, i.e. The Sun in a conjunction with Mercury. And in fact, I've done a separate video on that earlier this week. So you can see that under Mercury Cazimis, you can see a forecast for all 6 Mercury Cazimis in this year ahead for you, and how that might show how you'll be having brain waves in 2024. Now, you know, the Mercury Cazimi sets up this energy of breakthroughs and like an upliftment of awareness. It's giving us a moment of deep clarity and insight. And on the same day, the 28th of February, we have a Saturn Cazimi as well, you know, where Saturn and the Sun go into an exact alignment. And I've put the times earlier on in this video so you can see them. But essentially, there is a new Sun-Saturn cycle starting. And so this is the point where the Sun and Saturn meet in the chart at 9 degrees in the sign of Pisces. And then Saturn is staying in this fourth house of awareness for you. And it's going the Sun at the same time is moving all the way around the zodiac. And then the Sun comes back and touches Saturn on the 12th of March 2025. So in the time that the Sun does a whole lap, Saturn moves a very, very small space across the zodiac. Now, similarly, we've got Mercury and Saturn coming into an alignment, and you know, Saturn literally just moves from here to here, but Mercury goes all the way around and then back, and completes that mission by the 25th of February 2025. So we've got 2 big Saturn cycles starting, and also the Mercury Cazimi on the same day. And, you know, I'm not talking about the Mercury Cazimi anymore, because that's in, I guess we could call it part 1 in the Cazimi video. And this is like the part 2 to the 28th of February. And so I'm going to talk about the new Sun and Mercury Saturn potential for this year ahead. and what kind of influences it's bringing in, and how that's likely to be focused within your chart. So you'll notice here that there are these little points here in the chart and also here. And these represent the squares that the Sun and Mercury will make to Saturn in June, and also the oppositions that the Sun and Mercury will make to Saturn in September. And then these ones are the squares that Mercury and the square that the Sun will make to Saturn in the month of December. I mean, this little square here is actually on the 27th of November, I think, or sorry, no, the 12th of November. But essentially, this is where these squares are occurring. So you'll see that there are 4 houses that are particularly impacted by the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn cycle in your realm of experience. So that's what I want to deep dive into. But before we go any further, let's talk a little bit about the Sun, Saturn, and the Mercury, Saturn cycles. So Sun is about your personality and about your vitality. It's also about how you are as an adult. How are you? Are you assertive? Are you radiating out your gift? Are you functional? And how are you expressing yourself exactly? The Sun is very much about creativity and vitality. The Sun is what is at the center of your world, I guess, from the NASA idea of how the solar system works. Saturn, conversely, is very much associated with old age. It's associated with a long process, a long game plan. The Saturn ruled signs, for instance, Capricorn in particular, they're very happy for a long lead time before they get to the top. They understand that life sometimes has these long distance journeys. They take time, and it's maturity that really helps you understand that some things are a long, they take a long time to come into play. So you've got this idea of longevity, plodding, being determined, plotting your path, being practical. Saturn is about creating form. It's also about being dedicated. It's also about practice. It's very maturing. It's also sobering. It's also steady. So there is something going on right now for everyone, in fact, as this is coming into play, that's getting you to the next level. It's about how you can be an adult and also get to the next level. So this Sun-Saturn cycle is, in many respects, about you becoming an expert in this particular area of your life. And so, in fact, I'll come back to this in a minute, but Mercury-Saturn cycle. So Mercury is about thinking. Mercury was a messenger from the gods, sharing messages between the gods and humans. So there's a definite feeling of altered consciousness coming through Mercury and into our brains. It's like we have this opportunity to channel and to use information that maybe it is like a flash of insight. Mercury moves around. He's agile. He's quite youthful. So here we've got the feeling of youthful communication and youthful knowledge and quick knowledge and being able to be in communication back and forth. It's also very commercial. So we've got this feeling of Mercury and the commerce, and then Saturn, this like long game plan. So, this energy between Mercury and Saturn, I think, is about deep insight. It's about applying yourself in a studious way, like really studying something and having a steady focus. So, what is going on? I see both of these launching in your 4th house, Sagittarius Ascendant. And so there's something about being settled at home, about achieving something at home, something about belonging, because the 3rd and the 4th house, I really see as these places that root us. The 3rd house is very much how are we rooted within our community? And the 4th house is how are we rooted at home? Do we have a home? Do we feel secure at home? The 4th house is all about our security. How deep are we rooted in our lives? Are we grounded? Do we feel like we belong? Do we feel like we deserve to be here? And what are we doing to ensure that we can continue to be here? It's also about our family and, how is our family working? Is it grounded? Is it working in a beautiful way? Are you happy? The fourth house also shows us issues to do with our childhood. So one of our parents often pops up at this time. So for some people, the fourth house is very much about the more inward facing parent, and the 10th house is, which is also highlighted, is about the outward facing parent. So sometimes parental issues can come up during this time with Saturn going through. You might have elderly parents. So there's a parental thing going on. Now, the fourth house represents your behaviors that you learnt in childhood. So, when Saturn goes through here, you might want to upgrade some of your thinking behaviors, like your behaviors that have come from your thought processes that have been seeded to you in childhood. So you might actually be challenging or upgrading on your individual behaviors and consciousness. So it's a very deep rooted change that could be going on here. And what I see more than anything is that you are on a journey to make a very big difference in your life in this year ahead in terms of Saturn, because with Saturn, we need persistence and dedication and determination. And with Saturn, we get challenged. These angles or these houses that this energy is, this Sun, Saturn, Mercury energy is relating to, is across our first, our fourth, our seventh, and our 10th house. And so, these are the four houses that change our life experience the most, I think. The first house here is very much about, this is who I am, this is how I seem to be, this is my personality, this is what my body looks like, this is me being in my body, being embodied. This is all of my experience, and also a little bit about my boundaries. It's everything about me, in the first house. And then the seventh house is everything that is everyone else. So at some level, the seventh house is your partner, the people in your life that you are learning from and loving. It's also what you're learning from other people who maybe you don't like and get on with. And then this 10th house up here, the fourth house is your home. It's your private, it's your past. The 10th house is kind of the destination. It's where you're going. It's when you step out of your house. It's the career. There is this theme of me versus you, and home versus away, and your childhood and then your adulthood, like where you came from and where you're going and who you are and who everyone else is in relationship to who you are. Now, at some level, the seventh house is also a reflection. It's like a mirror of everything that is about you. So, for instance, you might find that everything that you consider yourself to be is captured here in your first house, but the seventh house represents everything that you don't associate with yourself and you associate and see in other people. So, the seventh house, you often, like when I consider my seventh house, which is in the sign of Taurus, I don't really see myself in the terms of a Taurian person, and funnily enough, I've had loads and loads of Taurian partners and friends. Taurians really come in my life. My sister's a Taurian as well. And there's something about Taurians that are very, they come together, they join with people, they want to be in partnership, and they are very faithful and loyal and steady and a lot more purposeful. And, throughout my earlier life as a Sagittarian with Scorpio Ascendant, I've seen myself as being quite an independent person that wants to do my own thing. And other people can sometimes stop you from doing that. So I've not really seen the Taurian energy as part of my own energy field. And yet, as I've got older, I've realized that all the things I'm putting on the people in my life and saying, oh, you're too clingy, or you're too this or that, the other, actually, it's me that's doing it to myself. So, the first and the seventh offers us a real good study of what's going on, and the fourth and 10th as well. So these four houses are really known as the movers and the shakers of your birth chart. So anyway, let's have a quick look at how this might translate into your real world experience over this next year, a year and a bit maybe. So to me, it looks like the overall challenge or the task at hand that you might be engaging with is the idea of how can you create more stability for yourself? How can you feel safe? How can you feel secure? How can you eliminate any errant behavioral problems and thought processes that came from your childhood? How can you figure out your relationship to your mum and your dad, your parents? How can you make good on that? How can you care for them if they need extra care? How can you make sure that the people that are within your house, within your family, are harmonious? How can you feel really rooted in your existence? So this is really where I see a lot of this project work taking place. And also, on a very physical way of looking at this, the fourth house is about the home, the actual house, the building, the bricks and mortar. So you might actually be thinking about, how can I be in the right house? How can I find the right house? How can I know where I belong? How can I buy my house? How can I get secure in my house? So it could just be a very physical manifestation of this area of your chart. So, you've got a year's lead up time. And the interesting thing is, the next time the Sun and Saturn get together, and Mercury and Saturn get together, they are also taking place in the sign of Pisces. So if you don't manage it this year, you get another chance to do it next year. But most of the work, I think, is taking place this year, because these cycles are all coalescing at the same time. This is a real nexus point of where you are raising your game and coming up. It's like this is how you are maturing in this year ahead. So watch this space. Anyway, yes, it seems to me a challenge. Now, the first key challenge or core challenge that's likely to come up around the 9th and 12th of June is from your need for security. It feels like you're getting challenges from your partners or the people that you live with. So maybe you're making progress in terms of how your house is looking, or how you want to be, or where you want to live. And your first key challenge is your partners might not want to live in the same way. So how are you going to overcome that? And what does that mean? How can you create a happy home and a happy home experience when a lot of the different needs going on in your home are very different and varied? How can you pull all those threads together exactly? So, that indeed is a challenge. And it might be that you're working so much in the home and for your security, that you're creating security around you that actually the people in your life are not looking for. Given that you've also got Jupiter going through the 7th house, your partners and the people that you're closely living with are likely to be going through quite an exuberant time and a carefree time. And they're very kind of like, yeah, so what? Who needs security? So it's interesting that you're needing security, and yet your partners are seeming to kind of throw it up in the air. So that's a real challenge around the June time. Now, when it comes to the next clear step in this journey, that's taking place between the 8th to the 18th of September. And that's when your Sun and your Mercury are in the 10th house. Now, during that time, one of the things that is kind of almost taking you off your game of getting more and more secure is that a lot of your attention is going outward in terms of your career, how you get paid, how you get recognized. And to me, it's an indication actually that people are really enjoying your energy and actually wanting to have more of you. You can also take Jupiter in the 7th house to represent that clients are really quite hopeful about you. The people in your life love you. The people in your life are kind of excited about you. And that can really translate to more business in terms of your career. So around the 8th to the 18th of September, as you're stepping more and more into your professional role, you might find that that's actually taking you further away from the 4th house. Now, that can sound quite difficult, but on one level of it, it actually could be quite beneficial, because if you are actually coming into your own power in terms of your earnings, that can actually give you more money to plow back into your home to create more security, if indeed you see that your security is coming from housing and having the resources to pay for it. But there is probably during this time a difficulty in as much as you're feeling the tension between being at home and being away, or being at home and working whilst you're at home and being distracted, like being out of the family circle. Now, as this comes into, its next square, as the Sun and Mercury are coming home, or coming back to Saturn and Saturn's partnership, you know, the shaking hands with Saturn. Hello, Saturn, old friend. Let's go round again. This square is taking place in your first house. So it's very much about your changing identity. It's very much about, you know, like if you think about it, you know, you've been thinking about getting more security. You've attracted a lot more exciting people and hopeful people into your life, and some of your very close, you know, partners that you live with are most likely kind of very carefree about your security, which could create difficulty. You're then being pulled up by your career. You're being uplifted, and then as you're coming round, the next kind of difficulty with this this level of stability is that actually you feel like a very, very different person now. You know, so the sun in the square is really showing that you're not the same person that started on this journey. So you might be in the right place now to own your home or to find the right home, but the search that you've made so far has been on the person that was living through this stage of the cycle. And now when you get to this stage and you're ready to receive what it was that you wanted all along, you're actually realizing that this house is no longer what you really need to fulfill the kind of life that represents the person that you are. So it could be a very frustrating process. However, as everything comes round again, you've got that wonderful review point of who am I now? Now, if this is playing out because of your parents, and looking after, you know, elderly parents and learning a lot about yourself. Obviously, if you spend a lot of time with your parents, you probably do review some of your old beliefs and behaviors from the past, because it's hard not to notice how you feel when you're in the company of your parents again. You may well find that the changes you go through, again, takes you out of your home and takes you into a whole new realm. So can you see, Sagittarius Ascendant, this is, you know, this positioning right here, yes, it's there to get you more grounding, but the changes you're going through are showing that the way you are wanting to ground is maybe not how you need to. So maybe what you might choose to do is when you, like around the 28th of February, you maybe start to put it into life's hands a little bit. So Sagittarius ascendants, like Sagittarius, it's very much about belief systems. It's very much about expansion, and it's very much about powers outside of yourself. In fact, you know, like God, spirituality, politics, which kind of governs us. You know, there is this idea that life kind of happens to us a little bit on our great adventure. So you might actually choose to put out some kind of law of attraction idea around the 28th, where you say, you know what, I want to be grounded in just the right way for me, and I recognize that might change. So life, law of attraction, God, whoever is listening right now, help me find the right way and the quickest way, the most graceful way, the easiest way, the best way for me to live in my home. Find me the right home for my growing journey. Find me the right home that will suit me through life. And if you can approach it from that perspective, that's half the battle. One thing I will say is, you know, anyone with a Sagittarius rising, you will have a very sort of flexible the way you approach life is to be flexible and to have changes. So, you know, with these squares and oppositions, you know, it's kind of like, oh yeah, well, of course, I'm always growing anyway. But anyway, I hope that was helpful to you. And if I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. So before I deep dive, first things first, Capricorn, I mean, this is really for you. I mean, your ruling planet is Saturn. So this has a lot to do with you. This is, you know, you are the star of the show here, in fact. So you've got Capricorn in your first house, like Capricorn ascendant, and Saturn, your ruling planet, is in the third house, and it's been here for a year already, or almost, as of next month. It's been here for 11 months, and it's going to be here for another, you know, year and a half before it starts to move into the sign of Aries. So you are exploring your ruling planet through the third house experience, and the third house is very much about the community, your sense of belonging to the community, the opportunities that you have to share and be social and move around. It's a place of emails and communications. It's a place of being busy. It's a place of the marketplace, very much the original marketplace. It started off, with transacting at home, transacting in the schoolyard, and then you get bigger and bigger and bigger within your community, but you're always moving around and having these relationships with people. So, it's very much, how well do you think you belong in your community and with the people of your community? There's a lot going on there. And so this is a place where you're going through some deep change right now. Now, Saturn is very stable, very sober. He is getting us to think very clearly about life and to account for growing, and so he puts in some challenges here and there for us. And these challenges always help us to grow bigger. It's through facing something about ourselves that we grow beyond and beyond and beyond. Like when I think about it, I'm thinking in terms of the layers of bark, how a tree gets an extra ring as it gets bigger and bigger. And maybe it's because I'm looking at this design that's coming to my mind. But it's like we grow as people as we hit these barriers, and these barriers could be our outer skin. And each time we're kind of getting bigger and forcing ourselves to just cope with more, understand more, and interact with more. Now, what is going on, Capricorn? So this chart is to represent, this pink ring is representing the Sun-Saturn cycle. So where they are together, when they come together in a conjunction with Saturn Cazimi, that is happening at 9 degrees in the sign of Pisces on the 28th of February 2024. And Saturn is staying in the sign of Pisces. By next year, next March 2025, Saturn has moved from here to here in Pisces. But the Sun has moved all the way around the block. And then on the 12th of March 2025, the Sun comes into a conjunction with Saturn, and they start a new Sun-Saturn cycle. Now, on this particular day as well, we've got Mercury coming into a conjunction with Saturn, starting off a whole new Mercury-Saturn cycle. So, Saturn in this year will move from here to there, but Mercury goes all the way around and then back and then meets with Saturn just about here on the 25th of February. So literally just under a year, very, very close to a year. Now, something else that's happening on the same day is the Sun and Mercury come together in what's known as the Mercury Cazimi. They're coming into a conjunction, setting off this burst of insight, this opportunity for a breakthrough, very, very clear thinking during a time when we might have been feeling a bit foggy. So all of a sudden there's almost like the rays of the sun come through the clouds and we feel suddenly uplifted. So we've got all three of these things happening on the same day, which is significant. And it's highlighting this area of your chart. And so I've charted the squares where, the Sun and Mercury are in a square to Saturn, and where the Sun and Mercury are in an opposition to Saturn, and the final squares between the Sun and Mercury to Saturn later on in the year, as part of the hero's journey, as part of the overall growth cycle that we're on. So, the last thing I just want to quickly mention is on this journey, and the forecast will really start in just a minute, but on this journey, the 3rd and the 9th house are really, really highlighted. And the 6th and the 12th houses are really, really highlighted. So this Sun, Saturn, Mercury cycle, which is giving you a much deeper insight, and it's giving you the opportunity to apply your seriousness and studiousness and your flash of awareness into something that takes shape, that has form, that grows legs, that could raise your game up to a whole new level, which ultimately is what Saturn is about, because Saturn and Capricorn have something to do with status and having a bit more power and a bit more reach. So this whole cycle that's going on right now, starting from the 28th of February, is taking you and your consciousness on a journey to rise you up. And it's going to be going through the 3rd and the 9th houses and the 6th and the 12th. So the 3rd and the 9th, I think, are about what you know and about where you belong. So the 3rd house is very much, your local environment that you grew up in, like I said, and the A, B's and C's. It's sharing information. It's a communication to say, hey, did you hear about this? It's true or is it false? It's very sort of basic information, like passing a baton from one person to another on a relay race. The 3rd house is social, interactive, and there is a shared narrative based on what appear to be facts, not necessarily truths, but facts. It's the rational side of knowing. And then the 9th house is the intuitive, contextual side of knowledge. So in the 9th house, it's everything that is away from your local environment. So it's further away, it's adventurous, it is far flung, and it covers all sorts of contextual subjects like philosophy, religion, faith, obviously, politics, the law, anything that takes knowledge to a whole new level and puts it through the filters of maybe, is it truthful? Does it expand us? What does this mean to us? What has this to do with purpose and legacy and all those kinds of things? So, this takes us on a journey to expand our minds. And this really bit here, it helps us know more people and be connected and kind of steadied, but it doesn't necessarily allow us to grow massively in our experience. This kind of keeps us quite held. So yeah, there's a lot of awareness around here. And then the 6th and 12th houses, the 6th house is very much about your physical health, your financial health, your home health, like how you do your habits and your diets and your routines. It's very much about how you are pulling your life into some habitual order. It's about the way you're going about your life to tidy it up, to neaten it up, because maybe from having a stronger structure, you're able to reach more, access more, and create more status for yourself. It's the whole idea that, when things are fit for purpose, your life can increase in confidence and in happiness and in joy. So, it's very much sharp focus to create something higher up for you. Now, the 12th house is almost like a dematerialization of all the structures you've put in place. So here is physical, here is mental. This is the day-to-day running of your life, and this is the unseen kind of mysteries of your life. This is conscious, this is unconscious. In many ways, the 12th house is our blind spot. We can't really see what's going on there. And we have to just intuit it and hope that we've got the right idea. So it's like messages that come to us from this place appear to come from nowhere or everywhere, and it's really hard for us to put our fingers on what's going on. So often when the 12th house is ruling our experience in some way, we get a feeling of dis-ease, but we can't put our finger on it, which can be maddening. It really is our blind spot. So let's have a look at this cycle and how it might play out in your chart. So first things first, this 28th of February is setting you off on a path to understand your relationship with the local environment that you exist in at a much deeper level. Now, one of the things about this, I would say, is that it is, I say local environment. It could also be an online environment, because it's essentially a marketplace, isn't it? It's a place where we share ideas and we come into groups and we socialize with groups, we share information, and it's quick and it's chatty. So it could also be social media as well. It could also be YouTube. It could also be like any number of different ways of us keeping connected, but it's very much about our connected environment. So, you might be in your jobs, you might actually be working hard to I don't know, create some kind of social media presence or something, in which case this next cycle of development is perfect for you. You know, you might be trying to set up some kind of school where you're teaching and sharing low level information, but still share some information that's perfect for reaching the masses. In which case, what's going on here is perfect for you. You might have just moved to a new place and you want to get installed in your new area, make good friends, etc., etc. This is the right placement for you. So it's about belonging and quite possibly a bit of membership, because, you know, the third house is a very busy place for us where we can connect. Now, the first real challenge for us, I think, is happening around the 9th and 12th of June. And during that time, what's happening is the Sun and Saturn are effectively, they are getting stressed out. So you're not feeling so organized at home. It feels like you have like grown too fast. Things are changing so quickly on your journey as you're getting more integrated at home or in your local environment or with your online environments. It's creating a lot of extra work. It's creating a lot of extra business, a lot of extra conversations. And the first challenge for you is it's grown. It's grown legs and it's hard to manage. It's unruly. You know, you might be teaching. It's too much. So your first challenge is, how the hell do I manage to keep all of this in check and keep myself healthy and feeling organized? So that's your first thing. So you might think, right at word go around February, how can I set this up in such a way that if it grows, it's not going to be difficult for me to manage? So baby steps is the thing that I would absolutely highlight here. The next thing to realize and to consider is when it goes into opposition between the 8th to the 18th of September, there is this feeling of sudden expansion. So yes, you might be trying to create something in a particular environment or an online community or membership or something like that. But actually by September, it has grown exponentially. And now your focus isn't towards your community, but your focus is scattered in many different directions, different cultural thoughts and ways have come in, or possibly new ways of understanding the world through politics, religion and spirituality have come in and shaped your experience. You might want your groups to be incorporated into other mediums. So information has just got so vast now, it's very difficult to pinpoint the actual change that's going on for you. And then as you're coming around to the December square, there's, I think, an unconscious difficulty in making it all make sense. So, you know, what you've created has grown out of control and then has gone on its holidays and got not only out of control, but so big that your understanding of what you're setting up in the first place is almost like a moot point. You know, it's like your whole project has changed. So as you get to this, it's like, well, where do I start? And it's in your blind spot. So you're not really consciously aware of where everything is taking place. That's quite difficult, isn't it? So my advice to you, Capricorn Ascendant, is, you know, over August, like late July and August time, when the sun's in this area, I would start to consider people in your wider communities and networks. Start asking for feedback, start asking what is working, what isn't working. If something's going on in your local community, start talking more to friends, find out, you know, what's helpful, what's not, and really get a feel for the overall, I would say, what is best for the overall community, not so much what's best for your individual desires. To me, this is more about exploring the collectivism, the collective realms. Almost you want to go on some fact-finding mission so that by the time this last square comes along, you've got something to work on. Remember, this is all unconscious, but if you can start to consciously pick up the themes beforehand, as the Sun and Mercury come back round, you've got something to review in time for the next cycle. Because when the next cycle comes around, you know, Saturn is still in in Pisces. So you get to repeat some of this again, only with a little bit less intensity. This cycle is very intense. It's all starting on the same day, and it's really highlighting at some massive breakthrough. So yeah, very exciting stuff for you, Capricorn Ascendant. I mean, this could really take your business, if this is the focus that's going on for you, this could take your focus and your business into a whole new realm of success. It's really quite exciting. So there you go. I hope that was helpful, and I'll speak to you real soon. Bye for now. Okay, so we're on to Aquarius Ascendant now. And let me just describe what's going on here. So we've got this pink cycle here, or circle, to represent the Sun-Saturn cycle. So here in this black dot, this black circle with a pink inside, that represents the moment when Saturn and the Sun come together on the 28th of February. And then they're in a new relationship together. It's like a new cycle is being born through the Sun and Saturn coming together. So this synodic cycle of Sun and Saturn, you'll notice that Saturn only moves from here to there in the space of a whole year. It stays in the sign of Pisces. But from this starting point, the Sun goes all the way around the zodiac before coming back and meeting up with Saturn again at this point here on the 12th of March 2025. So we've also got the Mercury Saturn cycle that starts again on the 28th of February 2024. Now, you know, Saturn stays in the second house the whole time, but the Mercury goes all the way around the zodiac before coming back, meeting up with Saturn at this point in Pisces on the 25th of February 2025. So we've got two cycles starting on the 28th that have to do with Saturn. And so the whole purpose of this forecast is really to give you more information about how you can use the energies of Saturn in this year ahead. It's very intense. There's a third thing that's actually happening on this day, and that is that Mercury and the Sun come together. And so they go into the Mercury Cazimi. I've recorded a video about this earlier this week that you can see in my recent videos. And in that, there is a forecast for you there in terms of how to use the brainwave, that sort of rising awareness that comes with a Mercury Cazimi. And I've actually spec'd it out for the whole year ahead. There are 6 Mercury, I don't know why it's going like that, 6 Mercury Cazimis in this year ahead of 2024. And so I talk about how they are likely to erupt and how they are giving you new, free mental breakthroughs in this year ahead. So that is kind of like part 1 of what's happening on the 28th of February and the benefits of it. And this is part 2 of how this energy can work together. So if you're listening to this for the first time, you might also choose to listen to Mercury Cazimi as well. Anyway, suffice to say, on the 28th, there is this mental breakthrough. There's this like flash of insight, or the ability to really think new thoughts, really to do things differently. And I think it's super exciting. And on the same day, we've got the chance to work at how we bring ourselves up to the next level. Like, this is a time of proving ourselves, you know, proving something to ourselves. We are maturing. We're coming to a new level. Like, everything to do with Saturn is about advancement. It's about success, and it's a long, slow burn. And the Saturn part of this cycle is fine with it taking time, because actually, if everything arrives at once, we often don't have the maturity, we often don't have the scope, we often don't have the space to be able to adapt to these changes. So Saturn is really necessary. It's a part of the growth process. So it's sobering, it's steady, it's creating deep personal learning for us, and it's really unglamorous. There's nothing sexy about Saturn, I have to say, apart from the tons of money that Saturn might have. Anyway, Mercury and Saturn then is about deep insight. It's about the steady focus. It's where we can have laser-like intuition. We can really see to the heart of the matter, and we've actually got the determination, the persistence, and the dedication to take what we're learning, what we're communicating about, what we're reading, what we're seeing, what we're reacting to. We've got the persistence to do something with it. So I see that it's very much studious. It's very, very good for deep diving. So yeah, these two cycles coming together can create some massive change in your life. You know, this is giving you the chance to really apply yourself to something you really want to achieve. Now, one thing I haven't already shared with you, and I'm sure you'll know this if you have Aquarius ascendant, but Aquarius, the sign of Aquarius, is ruled by two planets. So it's ruled by Uranus and also Saturn. So, you know, this is one of your planets. This is kind of extra lucky for you. You know, this is one of your planets in your second house, by the way. And the second house is about what your, you know, where you get your income from. It's how you're resourced, how you value yourself. So in many respects, this journey ahead is about your ongoing evolution with value. You know, are you good enough? Do you know that? And, you know, how can you put your new value to good use and receive more? It's very much about receiving. And it's important to go into a deeper level of receivership. Now, obviously, if you've got Aquarius ascendant as well, with Pluto now in your sign, that's really triggering this idea of a transformation as well. So yes, the energy of transformation, and yes, the earlier conjunction between Pluto, Mars and Venus as well is absolutely creating change in your persona and how you are feeling about yourself. So what an interesting month February is, because it's springboarding you as a person, and now it's giving you a deeper springboard to achieve a greater level of earnings, a greater sense of your self-esteem, and it's really taking you up to the next level in your life. So wow. So let's have a look at these houses that are going on, like these spots. What do they represent? So, you know, these first spots here are representing the positions of the Sun and Mercury when they go into a square with Saturn. These are representing the opposition between the Sun and Mercury to Saturn. These are representing a square to Saturn. So this is kind of like, these are the critical points on your journey in this year ahead. And I've got the dates written down the side here just for your reference. So let's talk about these then. So we've got energy between the 2nd and the 8th house, and also the 5th and the 11th. The 5th and the 11th are very much about your creative journey, like where either you're owning what you're creating and the joy that you're bringing forth in the world, or are you co-creating something within the global community? What are you doing? Are you more self-created or shared in a co-creation? And then the 2nd and the 8th houses are, you know, how do you value yourself versus how do other people value you? And, you know, how are you receiving and how are you at earning money versus how are you at receiving money from, you know, shared places, you know, where you might actually be eligible for some? And also, how well are you at funding the other people in your life? You know, because we live with people and we often live in reciprocal ways. We help each other out. So it's shared money for sure. So there's a lot about value and a lot about creativity in this year ahead. So let's look now. So where you're starting this journey on the 28th of February, there is this real strong impetus about this is a journey of self-awareness, self-esteem, and raising you up financially, raising you up so you have much more in the way of resources, much more in the way of money, and you feel like you are valued for being who you are. Now, of course, we can't really force anyone to value us, and it starts with us. And until we start receiving, and I mean that really purposefully, until we start receiving value for ourselves and seeing that we are worth it, and working with our self-worth and accepting that we are brilliant people and loving ourselves, completely loving ourselves and nurturing ourselves and doing all this stuff, until we start giving to us, the world is unlikely to give to us. So, you know, it's a very, very tough learning curve, you know, and Saturn gives us tough lessons. He's going to make it hard for you to love yourself completely. He's going to make it hard for you to see the complete value in you. And yet this is what you must do, because until you start valuing yourself, your life, nobody else is. Or, you know, some will, but not to the full extent of what is possible. So this is the journey that you're on, I think. You know, how can you love, appreciate, and value yourself fully? Now, around June time, Saturn and Mercury are in a square. Sorry, the Sun and Mercury are in a square to Saturn. And, you know, it's almost like somewhere along the lines, as you've been boosting yourself up and nurturing yourself and reassuring yourself that, yes, you are absolutely valid and valuable, you deserve to be here, etc., etc. It's creating this sense of, I don't know, it's creating a desire in you. It's creating a new sense of a new start. It's helping you to connect in with what brings you joy. Because obviously it's hard to connect into joy when we don't love ourselves enough. So when we do love ourselves enough, a joy naturally follows. And we are in this creative process. And like the 5th, it shows our children, it shows what we birth, it shows all our hobbies, it shows our side hustles, you know, that we might be doing on the side to earn a bit of money, you know, from our creative process. And it's also sexual, you know, it's our new relationships, it's our new forays, it's our new sensuality. It's all about creating new things that bring us greater levels of joy. And this square is interesting because it's almost like you're saying, it's almost like you haven't learned truly that you love yourself, because at some level, I mean, are you actually not trusting yourself? Is your desire to create something to remind you that you're valuable and to tell other people that you're valuable? You're saying, look at me, look, I'm valuable, I've created something. You know, what I would say is, whatever you do end up creating something, know that it has to come because you are absolutely in love with doing what you do, but you're not doing it for attention. You're not doing it solely for money, because if you're doing it solely for money or solely for attention, it will actually undermine your faith in yourself, because if you don't get that attention or you don't get that money, you're going to take it really, really badly, because then you'll say, oh, I can't even give myself away. Oh, therefore I must be really not worth it. So, you know, you have to build yourself up in a way so that when you feel so inspired to give of yourself, you don't feel like you're robbing from you. Does that make sense? So that's quite a big, tough lesson to learn, and one that it's important to keep an eye on. Now, by the time September comes around, the energies are going to the 8th house. So you may well find that you're getting some kind of metaphysical challenge from life. You might get trolled, you might get cancelled, you might be getting cancelled from your own families, you might be getting pressure from you know, people that you've grown up with, and people that you love, people that you want to get on with, you know, people that you're kind of psychically linked to. It, you know, the 8th house is a place of judgment and development. You know, it's quite a secretive house, it's a psychic house, and it shows how far we've grown. Like, you know, do we go naturally from being prepubescent to being pubescent to becoming an adult to doing adult things, you know, and then later on we start to lose our reproductive narratives maybe, or capabilities, and then we start to go into an older age frame, and then older, and so on and so forth. We're always going through these rites of passage. And so, you know, as we're going through this journey, you may well find that the rite of passage that you're on is affecting your self-esteem. Maybe you're getting older and you're starting to feel it. Maybe you're retiring and you're starting to think, well, I'm not getting paid, therefore, what is my value? It might be that you are a stay-at-home mum all of a sudden, and you know you're not earning money, or your money's just gone down because of the life changes you're going through, and therefore you're thinking, well, what is my purpose? It might be that you're a kept person, and somebody here, like this could be your partner's money that is funding you, and yet, because you're not being funded by yourself, because you're not generating something for yourself, you're feeling like there is no intrinsic value. So the main thing here, I think, is to, if you're not completely valuing yourself, by September, be very, very cautious of accepting anybody's expectations, judgments, blame, shame, guilt, or anger. However somebody tries to shame you up, it's important to recognize that it's just an opinion. It's just their opinion. Just because somebody puts something on you doesn't mean it's right, true, or even relevant. And who gives a toss anyway what somebody is saying about you? Take what you can from it that is useful, but don't use it as a stick to beat yourself up with, because it's counterproductive. So during this time, it's really vital that you keep yourself strong and you really believe in yourself and you do everything you can to maintain the value that you are. Then we get to the last set of squares, and this is the last challenge on this hero's journey of self-esteem. So yeah, you're now being judged not just by the people within your family and your partners, and so on and so forth. But you may well find, oh yeah, in the 11th house, our stepchildren also sitting there. So you might be judged by your extended family, stepkids, also by the society at large, also by the governments, and anyone that's setting a worldwide narrative, anyone that's setting the idea of how you should be, who you should be, blah, 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 blah. Suffice to say, it's all noise. None of it carries any weight unless you choose to give it weight. Be very, very cautious as to what you take seriously, because this is your life and you have some intrinsic value in it. So I guess one of the key points here is, Saturn is there to give you discernment about value and discernment about what you take in to your organism and what you keep out. Anything that is coming to you that doesn't ring true, that makes you feel crappy, let it flow through you and beyond you and out of you. Let it just go over you to the side, deflect it like a kung fu master. Just allow it to kind of clear off, go, stick your fingers up to it. Just allow it to go. It's not your job to make the world a better place for everyone else. I know that sounds really controversial, but everyone plays their part here, and nobody is solely responsible for the downturn of planet Earth or plane Earth or whatever you think Earth is. We all play our part, and actually I think more change for the Earth and for planet happens because we have a good sense of self-esteem. When we are coming from a place of fullness in ourselves, when we're coming from a place of knowing we are completely resourced in ourselves, we know our value, then that radiates out and it kind of lets go of any errant bad thinking thought forms that are attacking us. It creates a change in the world. When we are full of ourselves, we are not pulling down everyone else. When we're full of ourselves, we are contented and we are in the best creative space we can possibly be in. So yes, I really do think it's important not to pay too much attention to other people's values, judgments, and crap that they are putting on you. Because if you do, you will stay in the blame, shame, anger and guilt game. This is your opportunity to clear it out. It's like a great big, it's like taking a big laxative. It's getting rid of all the old crap about how you should be, but actually it's giving you the chance to create space for yourself, in yourself, for yourself. Bravo is all I can say. This is a challenge. This is one of the best challenges that could exist, in fact. Tough, but good. And when you come out of it the other end, or when it comes out of your other end, I think you're going to be glowing and feeling rather good. So there you go. That's my sort of take on how this is working out for you. Now, don't worry if you don't quite master the self-esteem in one go. I mean, I think it's an ongoing thing. I don't think it's something you do once and never have to touch again. I've never met anyone that's been able to do that. But the next time the Sun and Saturn come together and Mercury and Saturn come together in your charts, it's also in the sign of Pisces. So you're going to get a second go of this. So, don't put so much energy on this that, again, you use it as a stick to beat yourself with. Kindness is the way. And thankfully, Saturn in Pisces in your second house can actually be a really good mentor and a teacher to you. So that was a bit of a rant, wasn't it? I really felt that. But anyway, go in peace, my beautiful friends. See you in the next forecast. Bye for now. Right. So last of all, but by no means least, I'm tackling Pisces Ascendant. Love you guys. You're amazing. So yes, Saturn is in your first house, and really you are the belle of the ball. Well, I say that. I mean, people don't tend to like having Saturn in their first house. It tends to make us feel a little bit taciturn, a little bit serious. But hey, these cycles that are happening right now are creating deep change for you in your absolute personality, in your persona, in the way you look. It could be great if you're looking to lose weight and to get in shape and to get your structures really, really kind of fit for purpose. Doesn't sound very glamorous, but boy, could you imagine what it'd be like if you felt really, really strong in your body, really slim and functional. You just feel very, very strong. You know, like Saturn is about form, and Saturn is a bit of a stingy old git. So, you know, that's why I say, you know, he's kind of like slim, as opposed to Jupiter going over your first house. And Jupiter is this like planet that is giving bulk and making us bigger and bigger. But anyway, I digress. So this whole diagram, or this picture, I guess, the pink here is to represent the Sun-Saturn cycle that starts on the 28th of February. And on that day, the Sun and Saturn meet up in your first house. It's in a position called Saturn Cazimi. Basically, the Saturn energy is in the heart of the Sun, and, you know, the Saturn energy, which is to create change, well, not change, to create an uplift of some sort, to move on, to get the ball rolling, to create some kind of structure, to move forwards, to create some kind of success for you. That energy is really, really highlighted. We've also got Mercury, Saturn coming together on the same day, on the 28th of February. You know, this doesn't normally all coordinate at the same time. We've also got Mercury and Mercury and the Sun coming together, creating a Mercury Cazimi. I did a video about this earlier in the week. The forecast for that is almost like part 1, and this is like part 2. So I hope you find these both useful. But suffice to say, these changes going on right now are about creating a more mature, more fit for purpose, a more sober, steady, deep movement towards where you want to be. You're dedicated, you're persistent, you are studious, there's deep insight, you are wiser. I guess wisdom is one of the outcomes from this. So, you know, this is a deep, deep wisdom that is being birthed in your life right now. So as you look through here, you'll see that we've got these little circles here. So these ones are representing when the Sun and Mercury are in a square to Saturn. Saturn stays here the whole time. He's always in Pisces, but the Sun and Mercury are moving. And then these bits here, this is where the Sun and Mercury are in opposition to Saturn. And then they move around, and here again we've got the Sun and Mercury in squares to Saturn. So it's kind of like the life cycle. This is the hero's journey of Saturn, Mercury, and the Sun working synergistically together in your life. There's a lot going on. And here is where the Sun and Saturn end up when they next connect, and this is where Mercury and Saturn next connect. So you can see that, you know, within this cycle, the next cycle that starts is also in your first house and also in the sign of Pisces. So, you know, you are doing these cycles, and then we move on to the next cycle and the next one. But you're given a few goes of this with Saturn, which is helpful to say the least. So the next thing to just sort of focus on before I sort of go into the forecast and put it together, and that is the fact that the change points here on your journey are happening across the 1st and 7th houses, and also the 4th and 10th. So the 1st and 7th houses, the polarity of the 1st house and 7th in your chart is about everything that's about you and your personality, your body, your identity, your personality, your ego. And the 7th is everything that's not you. It's everyone else in your life. And then the 4th down here is about your home, your stability, your house. It's also a little bit about your parents. So maybe your weaker parent or your more internal parent is represented here, and your more outer parent is represented up here in the 10th house. The 10th house is kind of like what we do when we grow up. So this is our childhood, and this is like our future. This is our adulthood. This is our home. This is a way. So you'll see that these polarities are sort of playing out. It's a spectrum of doingness, you know, like in the 4th house, we are doing groundedness. We are doing living in a home. And here we're doing something outside of the home. We are doing our career. We are being of use somehow. So yeah, this cycle is touching you in terms of understanding your ego in relationships to the ego of everyone else. So there's definitely a balancing going on there. And also about, you know, how you are transacting in the world. Are you more in your home? Are you more in your career? So it's really touching the main 4 parts of your life. So let's have a good look. So the Saturn, Mercury and Sun come together at 9 degrees in the sign of Pisces in your first house. Now, you may well have felt a bit vulnerable. You're probably feeling quite tired and a little bit underwhelmed right now. You know, it does create quite a seriousness and a quietness. It's calm. You know, you're not wanting to go out and scream and shout about all these big changes. You're probably a little bit hesitant and just watching, observing, seeing what happens. You know, it's almost like you're a little bit cold or a little bit slower than usual. And, you know, with Pisces Ascendant, you're probably quite, not slow necessarily, but a little bit cautious. You know, you don't necessarily make decisions very quickly. You'll absorb a lot of different ideas and then you'll see what feels right and you'll kind of feel your way into life. But right now, it's almost like you're not even feeling your way into life at the moment. You're kind of observing what's going on and yeah, kind of sitting for it a little while. You know, I don't know if you've noticed that, you know, Saturn's been in your first house for the best part. It's almost a year. It'll be a year next month. And I wonder, have you felt as fluid as usual, or have you been a little bit more recalcitrant and a little bit slower, a little bit stodgy? Have you just been sitting back a little bit and observing what's happening before you make a move? Because you know, it would be very easy to feel a little bit depressed or a little bit down, you know, because Saturn in the first house does slow us down. It also tends to age our body quite a bit when Saturn goes through there. I remember from having Saturn in my 12th to going into my first, that year, boy, did I feel really kind of achy and a bit sickly. I didn't feel very strong. I started to notice that I was aging in a way that I wasn't very comfortable with. So, you know, these things start to creep up on us at these times. So it's important not to take it personally. It's important not to make it a big thing. But often what happens when Saturn goes through this area, we get the impetus that we do want to get stronger in ourselves because we feel a bit weaker. We do want to strengthen up all of our systems. So that could be your digestion, your bones, your muscles, your skin. You might sort of decide to get osteopathy or go and see a chiropractor or do yoga. Anything to support your body during this time is really, really helpful. And you might choose to see a nutritionist as well to see if you can get your digestion working really well if it's a bit slower than usual. And I should say I'm not a doctor, just to put that out there, obviously, but you know, just from my observations. So yeah, this is a time when you are kind of rebuilding yourself. You know, Saturn gives us the building blocks, and it's a feeling like we're needing to rebuild ourselves. You know, that we've maybe felt a bit knocked down, and now it's time to put ourselves back together. Now, the first challenge that really comes up is around June, so the 9th to 12th of June. I say first challenge. This is the first challenge in response to the Sun and Mercury in its square to Saturn. And so what's going on here is, you know, yes, you're rebuilding yourself and that's great. And by the time it is coming around to June, it almost feels like how you're rebuilding yourself is possibly influencing you rebuilding things within your home. You know, so maybe your desire to change things about yourself is kind of gathering momentum. And now it's like, well, if I carry on this way, I'm going to have to change the way I live, the way that I use my rooms. I might even need to move where I live. You know, so it's a bit like, you know, when you paint the skirting boards, when you paint like the door frames in your hallways in your house, you do this little bit and then you realize you've done that, and then everything next to it looks like rubbish. And then you end up having to paint a bit more than you're expecting. And then you realize everything is looking terrible now because everything that's not painted looks awful. And so you realize that when what started off as a small little piece of work has just snowballed into this massive project, which actually is quite tiring. So again, you might feel really quite tired around the June time because you've bitten off way more than you can chew. And now it's really affecting the way you are at home. Now, when it comes to the opposition around the 8th to the 18th of September, you may well find that there's a feeling like, your family, in particular your partner, is looking very, very free, and is kind of looking at you and saying, oh my God, you're so strict on this. You're so boring now. You're so stuck. Why are you trying to renovate yourself all the time? I think you're okay. And look, whilst you're doing that, you could be out having fun with me. So you may well find that there's a little bit of tension between you and your partners. And actually, they raise a good point. You might be overdoing it. And of course, if people love you, they actually see the perfection of you. And when you're changing yourself, you're turning yourself into something that is not the person that your lovers fell in love with. So it's very much a relationship. So I would analyze, why are you doing this? It's worth revisiting. Why am I going through these changes? How am I changing myself? Am I being too serious? Do I need to lighten up? And work with the people in your life. I would absolutely recommend that you trust them as much as possible. Whilst it might seem like they're trying to knock you off your course and put you down through judgments and this, that, and the other, actually, the put downs tend to come more from the 8th house, not the 7th. So I would recognize, if I was in your shoes right now, Pisces Ascendant, just recognize that when people are trying to help you come September time, they are most likely doing it from a really, really good place. It's worth listening to them. Now, as this continues, like if you can integrate your healthy new changes and also keep it working in terms of your relationships, by the time you get to the 10th house, your sort of integration is great. It's put you on a new path. It's put you in a more confident state. And it feels like you can achieve more at work. And it feels like you want to stand a bit more courageously at work, or however it is you stand in your community. It feels like you feel like a new person, that you are standing taller, like your shoulders are straight, and you just feel much better. And it's like creating this rise in your stature and this rise in your reputation and what you're about. Now people know that you have persistence and dedication and you can commit to yourself. Now that has really great big ripples. It ripples out, because anyone that can invest in themselves is obviously loving themselves to some degree. It's amazing. Now, what I would just say is this new way of being may have actually kind of raised you up more than you were quite expecting. With this Sagittarian 10th house, you do get pulled into these new and exciting and weird opportunities. It does kind of bring the outside really into your internal world. And so it might be that the opportunities that come up from you rising yourself up are a little bit too much for you. And, you need to be aware of that. So if you're not really feeling it, find ways to interact and stand up in the world that are working for you. So maybe direct it more for what's working for you. Like think, okay, if I'm raising my game and I'm standing up more and people are learning people are getting the measure of me, that I'm a person that commits to myself. Maybe you sow the seeds, maybe you start something that works for you. And you say, no, this is where I am in my career. This is where I am in society. And don't let people push you beyond what you're really comfortable at being seen at. So, yeah, I think it's important for you to create some boundaries for yourself in case it's getting too much and too expanded. And then eventually it will all come back round to your first house again. And then you get that review point. In terms of all of these Saturn cycles, I actually see this one as being really quite useful. And yes, you might feel a bit tired and drained and a little bit more serious than usual, but actually it's giving you the chance to absolutely invest in yourself. And Pisces, if you don't mind me saying so, you need to do that. You're so there for other people that you're the last person that invests in themselves. So really use this time and use this energy from the 28th of February to absolutely make a decision to invest in yourself and revel in it, enjoy it. It's your gift to you. This could be the best gift that you ever give yourself. So there you go. Lots and lots of love to you, Pisces Ascendant, and see you another time. Bye for now. Whew. So there you have it. That's my thoughts about the Sun, Saturn, Mercury cycles, how they come together. Obviously, on the 28th of February, you've got the two Cazimis, the Mercury one and the Saturn one. You know, it's such a massive force of energy, really, really giving you the chance to make a change. And, you know, as I've gone through this, as always happens, I've learned something in the process, you know, because I'm quite free flowing with how this is happening. And as I'm seeing these designs, these charts, more and more comes to me about how we can use the energy. And so, you know, from when I started this yesterday to now where I am, I actually see that this is a chance for all of us to raise our game. This is a chance for all of us to take ourselves to the next step. You know, it's just a chance to check in, have a bit of persistence, work out, you know, how we want to step by step make a change. I see it as good, if not a little bit sort of introverted, but it's good. So anyway, sending you lots and lots of love, you know, wherever you are in the world. In fact, just before I go, I just want to put out another shout out to all the wonderful, kind and loving people who have sent me donations and sponsored this show. So let's bring those on now. So yeah, thank you to everybody who has sponsored me in the last week or month or two. I really, really appreciate your donations. It really makes it easier for me. I can't do this really without you. So thank you so very much. Anyway, wherever you are in the world right now, whatever you're going through, I really want you to know that this energy coming up is for you. This is our chance to have a real good, clean sweep and to move beyond that. If you feel like you need any extra help and that you want something really, really personalized, then please do feel free to book a private reading with me. You can see all my details below. Just click on the link and it will take you to my online diary. Select when you want to meet with me and we can take it from there. But anyway, lots of love to you. Take care and catch you in another session soon. Bye for now. Mwah.